Hey guys, tonight we begin with the bureaucratic nightmare of the Middle Ages, a time when kings and nobles spent their days inventing creative new ways to take money from people who had none, usually to fund wars that nobody wanted. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Imagine the air is cold, that damp, heavy chill that settles into the stone walls and doesn't leave until spring. You can see your breath pluming in the faint grey light filtering through the cracks in the wooden shutters. The room smells of old smoke, damp wool, and the earthy scent of the straw mattress beneath you. It's quiet, save for the rhythmic dripping of condensation from the thatched roof and the low, distant lowing of a cow that sounds as tired as you feel. The blankets are rough against your skin, scratching slightly as you pull them tighter, trying to capture the last fading warmth of sleep before the reality of the morning sets in. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1381. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, the tax collector is at the door and he has decided that simply existing is now a taxable offence. In the modern world we complain about taxes on income or sales, but in the medieval world the concept of taxation was less about economics and more about a nobleman looking at a peasant and asking, "What do you have left that I haven't taken yet?" And in 1381 the answer was your life. Enter the poll tax. This wasn't a tax on what you earned, or what you bought, or even what you owned. It was a tax on your head, literally. The term comes from the Middle English word poll, meaning head. The logic of the crown was breathtakingly simple and undeniably cruel. If you have a head on your shoulders, you owe us money. It didn't matter if you were a wealthy merchant sleeping on goose-down pillows in London, or a starving ploughman in Essex whose entire net worth was a rusted shovel and a half-starved goat. The fee was flat. Everyone paid the same. To the king, a shilling was just a shilling. To you, shivering in your draughty hut, a shilling is a week's worth of food. It is the difference between eating a hard loaf of rye bread or boiling grass for soup. The sensory experience of paying this tax is distinct. You are standing in the doorway, the wood rough under your fingertips. The tax collector stands there, looking well-fed, his cloak thick and dyed a rich colour that screams of money. He holds a scroll of parchment that crackles in the cold air. You dig into your pouch, your fingers numb and clumsy, feeling for the cold, hard edges of the few copper coins you have managed to hide. The metal smells metallic and sharp. You hand them over, watching them disappear into his leather bag with a heavy clink, the sound of your winter survival vanishing. This tax was the brainchild of a government that had run out of money fighting the 100 Years' War. A conflict that felt like it had been going on since the dawn of time. The war was expensive. Knights needed armour, archers needed arrows, and the king needed wine. And since they couldn't tax the land anymore, because the Black Death had killed half the workforce and left the fields fallow, they decided to tax the people directly. It was a system designed by men who had never felt the bite of hunger, imposed on people who felt it every day. And the absurdity of it wasn't just the cost, it was the method. Collectors were sent out with lists, and if the list didn't match the number of people they found, they started searching. They poked into barns, looked under beds, and demanded to know why your 14-year-old daughter looked like she might be 15, because if she was 15, she was an adult, and adults had to pay. The air in the village during tax season was thick with tension. It tasted like fear. Neighbours stopped talking to neighbours, worried that a slip of the tongue might reveal a hidden family member. The mud on the road seemed deeper, cloying and heavy, dragging at your boots as you tried to avoid the main square. But you couldn't avoid it forever. The system was absolute. This was the spark, the moment when the absurdity of the system became too much to bear. It wasn't just about the money, it was about the indignity, the feeling that you are nothing more than a resource to be squeezed until dry. And as the coin left your hand and the collector marked a line next to your name with a scratch of his quill, you realised something dangerous. You weren't alone. Everyone in the village, everyone in the next town, everyone in the entire county was feeling the exact same cold, hollow rage. But before the fires start burning and the pitchforks come out, we have to look deeper. Because the poll tax was just the tip of the iceberg. The medieval world was a labyrinth of financial traps, a place where you could be fined for the shape of your bread, the length of your shoes, or the quality of your ale. The cold is still there, seeping through the soles of your thin leather shoes, working its way up your legs. You decide to head back indoors, seeking the only comfort available to you, the hearth, the centre of the medieval home. It is a simple pit in the floor, or perhaps a stone structure against the wall if you're lucky, where a small fire burns. The smoke curls upward, drifting toward a hole in the roof, carrying with it the smell of burning peat and the promise of a hot meal, however meagre. But as you hold your hands out to the flames, feeling the heat prickle against your numb skin, you remember the next entry on the king's ledger. The hearth tax. They called it fumage, a word that sounds suspiciously like fumes, because that is exactly what they were taxing. Smoke. In the logic of the medieval treasury, if you had a fire, you had a home. If you had a home, you had money. Therefore, the simple act of not freezing to death was a taxable privilege. Imagine the absurdity of it. You're sitting in a room that is barely warmer than the outside air. The wind is whistling through the wattle and daub walls. You have gathered the wood yourself, dragging fallen branches from the forest floor, careful not to take anything too green or too large lest you violate the forest laws. You have struck the flint, nursed the spark, and blown gently on the tinder until it caught. It is your labour, your wood, your fire. And yet the king believes he owns the smoke. Collectors would ride through villages in winter, because winter is when they knew you couldn't hide, counting the plumes of grey smoke rising against the pale sky. Each column of smoke was a signal flare saying, "There is taxable human here." The sensory experience of this tax was suffocating. To avoid paying, people would try to hide their fires. They would dampen them during the day, sitting in the grey gloom, shivering in the damp silence. Or worse, they would block up their chimneys or smoke holes to prevent the smoke from being seen from the road. The result was a room filled with thick, acrid smoke that stung your eyes and coated your throat with soot. You would cough, your chest tight, the taste of ash heavy on your tongue, all to save a few pennies. It was a tax on warmth, a tax on survival. The king, sitting in a castle heated by roaring fireplaces large enough to roast an ox, surrounded by tapestries that blocked the draughts, decided that your small pile of smouldering twigs owed him a debt, and if the smoke didn't get you, the salt would. Let's talk about the gabelle. If you have ever seasoned a bland potato and thought nothing of it, you have enjoyed a freedom that medieval peasants in France would have killed for. Salt wasn't just a seasoning back then, it was life. In a world without refrigerators, without freezers, without vacuum-sealed packaging, salt was the only thing standing between you and starvation. It preserved the meat from the pig you slaughtered in November so you could eat it in February. It kept the fish from rotting before it reached the market. It was the white crystalline line drawn against decay. And because it was essential, the Crown decided it was a gold mine. The gabelle wasn't just a tax on salt, it was a mandatory subscription to salt. The king didn't just tax what you bought, he dictated how much you had to buy. Every person over the age of 8 was legally required to purchase a specific amount of salt each week at a price set by the government. Imagine standing in the market. The air smells of wet wool and unwashed bodies. You don't need salt, you still have a small sack of it at home, sitting in a dry corner, the coarse grains gritty against the clay pot. But the salt officer is there. He is a man who looks at you with the bored indifference of a predator who knows the prey cannot run. He tells you that it is Tuesday, and on Tuesdays you buy salt. You hand over your coins you needed for grain, for shoes, for tools, and he hands you a block of salt. It is heavy, rough, and useless to you in that moment. You take it home and stack it with the other blocks you didn't need, a growing pile of white mineral wealth that you cannot eat and cannot sell. Because selling it was illegal, using salt for anything other than cooking, like preserving meat, was often taxed at a different, higher rate. If you were caught using table salt to cure a ham, the penalties were severe. Smuggling salt became a national sport. People would sew pockets into their petticoats, fill hollow walking sticks, or hide bags of salt in carts of hay, trying to move the precious mineral from a region with lower taxes to one with higher taxes. The sensory details of the salt tax were gritty and pervasive. It was the feel of the coarse crystals rubbing against your skin as you tried to hide a pouch in your boot. It was the salty taste of sweat as you worked extra hours to pay for a mineral you had too much of. It was the sight of the salt warehouses, guarded like treasuries, while the meat in your own larder turned grey and spoiled because you couldn't afford the curing license. The injustice of it burned. It wasn't just that they took your money, it was that they forced you to participate in your own exploitation. You were the customer, the product, and the victim all at once. And while you worried about smoke and salt, the ground beneath your feet was also plotting against you. Or rather, the lord who owned the ground was. Consider the Heriot. This wasn't a tax on the living, it was a tax on the dead. When a peasant died, the lord of the manor had the legal right to claim the family's best beast. Picture the scene. The funeral has just ended. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and incense from the churchyard. You are standing in the mud, your grief a raw, hollow ache in your chest. You return to your small holding, where the livestock are waiting. You have a cow. She's old, her coat is matted, and she moves slowly, but she gives milk. She is the reason your children have calcium. She is the most valuable thing you own, the engine of your family's survival. And then the bailiff arrives. He doesn't offer condolences. He doesn't bring a casserole. He walks into your barn, the straw crunching under his heavy boots, and points a gloved finger at the cow. That one, he says. He takes the lead rope. The cow lows, a deep, mournful sound that vibrates in the cool air. You watch as he leads her away, her hooves squelching in the mud, growing smaller and smaller as they head toward the manor house on the hill. You are left with the silence of the empty barn, the smell of the animal that is no longer there, and the crushing realization that your father's death has just cost you your livelihood. The Heriot was the ultimate final insult. It was the system saying, "We owned him while he was alive, and we will take a piece of him now that he is gone. It ensured that poverty was hereditary. Just when a family was at its most vulnerable, missing a pair of working hands, the system kicked the legs out from under them. It creates a specific kind of quiet in the house that night. The fire is low to avoid the fumage tax, the meat is unpreserved to avoid the salt tax, and the barn is empty, thanks to the Harriet. You lie in the dark listening to the wind rattle the shutters, and you realize that the medieval world isn't designed for humans. It is designed for ledgers. You're just a temporary occupant of a taxable space. But perhaps you think, I will leave, I will go to the road, will travel, I will find a new life. Ah, but the road has its own prices. The medieval road is not a public utility. It is a trap laid out in linear form. The road stretches out before you, a ribbon of churned mud and frozen ruts winding through the grey landscape. It looks free. It looks open. It looks like the path away from the empty barn and the smoke-filled room. You tighten the straps of your pack, just a bundle of cloth really, and step onto the verge, avoiding the deepest puddles where the ice has formed thin, treacherous skins. The air is crisp, biting at your cheeks, carrying the scent of wet pine and distant wood smoke. But before you can walk a mile, you encounter the bridge. It is a simple thing, wooden planks laid over stone supports, arching over a river that is currently swollen with winter rain. The water is dark, churning, dangerous. You cannot wade it. You must cross the bridge, and standing at the far end is a man in a booth. Welcome to the pontage, a tax, specifically for bridges. Now, in theory, this money is supposed to go towards maintaining the bridge. You look at the structure. Several planks are missing. The railing is rotting, green with moss and slick with moisture. It sways slightly in the wind, groaning like an old man settling into a chair. Clearly the coins collected here are maintaining something, but it certainly isn't the bridge. They are maintaining the Lord's wine cellar. You pay. You have no choice. The coin feels light in your hand, lighter than it should, because the edges have been clipped. Another common scam of the time, but we'll get to that. You hand it over, and the gate is lifted. You walk across, the wood thumping hollowly under your feet, the sound of your own passage echoing the emptiness of your purse. But you are across, you are moving, until you reach the town gate, the mirage, a tax for walls. Every time you enter a fortified town to sell your meagre goods, perhaps a few eggs, some spun, wool, a carved wooden spoon, you pay for the privilege of walking through the gate. The walls loom above you, stone giants built to keep enemies out, but mostly effective at keeping your money in. The guard eyes your basket. He pokes through your wool with a spear butt, checking for contraband. The spear smells of oil and iron. He demands a fee based on what you're carrying. If you have a cart, it's more. If you have a horse, it's more. If you are breathing particularly heavily, he might just invent a fee for excessive exertion in a public space. You pay again. You enter the market square. The noise hits you first, a cacophony of shouting vendors, bleating animals and the ringing of blacksmith hammers. It smells of roasting meat, unwashed bodies, and animal dung. You find a small patch of mud to set up your stall. "Stallage," a voice says. You look up. It's the market bailiff. You owe him rent for the 3 square feet of mud you are currently occupying. "Picage," he adds. You blink. "Picage?" "You broke the ground to set up your stall poles," he explains, pointing to the tiny holes you made in the dirt. "That's damage to the Lord's earth. You pay. You pay. You sell your eggs. You sell your wool. You make a few coins. You feel a brief flicker of hope. Maybe you can buy a new blanket. Maybe you can buy a piece of salted pork, legally of course. But as you pack up to leave, the bailiff returns. "Lastage," he says, holding out his hand. "Lastage?" you ask, your voice cracking. "Tax on goods sold," he says, bored. He's already looking at the next peasant. You hand over a portion of your earnings. You walk back to the gate. You pay to leave. Sometimes exit fees were a thing, just to be sure. You walk back to the bridge. You pay to cross. You walk home in the gathering dark, your feet numb, your pack lighter, your purse almost exactly as empty as when you left. The road wasn't an escape, it was a gauntlet. A linear economy designed to extract value from movement. The medieval world understood something very modern. If you control the infrastructure, you own the user. And it wasn't just the physical world. They taxed the spiritual one too. Consider the tithe. This wasn't a tax to the king or the lord. This was a tax to God, or rather, to the very earthly representatives of God who lived in the large stone building in the centre of the village. 10%. That was the rule. 10% of everything you produced. Not 10% of your profit, 10% of the gross. If you grew 10 bushels of wheat, the church took one. If you raised 10 lambs, the church took one. If you gathered 10 baskets of apples, the church took one. It didn't matter if the harvest was bad. It didn't matter if your family was starving. God's share came off the top. The sensory reality of the tithe was visceral. It was the harvest time, late summer. The air is thick with dust and golden light. Your back aches from swinging the scythe. Your hands are blistered and raw. You're sweating, the salty sting running into your eyes. You're gathering the sheaves of wheat, binding them with straw ropes, and there is the tithe barn. A massive structure, often the biggest building in the village besides the church itself. It is cool and dark inside, smelling of dry grain and mouse droppings. You have to carry your 10th sheaf there yourself. You heave it onto the pile, watching your labour disappear into the darkness. Outside, the priest watches. He's often better fed than you. He wears robes that are clean. He doesn't have blisters. He tells you that this is for your soul. He tells you that paying the tithe ensures your place in heaven. But as you walk away, lighter in load but heavier in heart, you wonder why God needs so much grain and why the priest's pigs look so remarkably fat this year. And if you tried to cheat, if you tried to hide a few sheaves or give the church the runts of the litter, the threat wasn't a fine or a jail cell. It was excommunication, eternal damnation. The fire of hell was a very effective tax enforcement strategy. So you paid. You paid the king for your head. You paid the Lord for your fire. You paid the bridge keeper for the river. You paid the church for your soul. And just when you thought you had navigated the minefield of medieval finance, you decided to do something truly reckless. You decided to grow a beard. You decided to grow a beard. It seemed like a sensible decision. The winter winds are biting, your scarf is threadbare, and a thick layer of facial hair offers a surprising amount of protection against the frost. It costs nothing to grow. It requires no maintenance other than checking it for crumbs or the occasional lost insect. It is a natural, biological function of your face. But in the eyes of a cash-strapped monarch, your face is an asset class. Enter King Henry the Thorwave. The year is 1535. The king has grown a beard himself, a magnificent, ginger, spade-shaped thing that he strokes while contemplating his next wife or his next war. But he decides that while his beard is a symbol of virility and power, your beard is a luxury item. He introduces a tax on facial hair. The amount varies based on your social standing. If you are a lowly peasant, you're likely exempt because, frankly, you have no money to give, and the king doesn't want to touch you. But if you are a man of any standing, a merchant, a craftsman, or a minor noble trying to keep up appearances, you must pay for the privilege of not shaving. The sensory experience of the beard tax is one of pure irritation. You stand before the mirror, if you can afford one, or look into a bucket of water. You run your hand over the coarse bristles. You like the beard. It hides your weak chin. It makes you look distinguished. But the tax collector is waiting. You have two choices. You can pay the fee, which is substantial, effectively renting the hair on your own face from the crown, or you can endure the shave. Shaving in the medieval or Tudor era is not a gentle process with moisturizing gel and a 5-blade safety razor. It involves a barber with shaky hands, a straight razor that was last sharpened on a stone used to grind corn, and a bowl of cold, soapy water. The blade scrapes against your skin, raw and biting. It nicks you. You bleed. The smell of iron mixes with the smell of cheap lye soap. You walk out into the cold, your face stinging, your chin naked and freezing, all because the king decided that hair follicles were a revenue stream. Later, in Russia, Peter the Great would take this even further, forcing men to carry a literal beard token, a copper coin stamped with a picture of a beard and the words "the tax has been paid," just to walk around without being tackled by police who would shave them by force in the street. But back in the Middle Ages, the control over your appearance didn't stop at your chin. It extended to your feet, your chest, and the very fabric on your back. Welcome to the sumptuary laws. These weren't technically taxes in the sense that you paid them to do something. They were fines you paid if you dared to look too good. The nobility was terrified of one thing: confusion. They wanted to know at a glance who was better than whom. They couldn't have a wealthy merchant's wife walking round in ermine fur or purple silk looking like a duchess. It blurred the lines. It upset the great chain of being. So they taxed vanity. Imagine you have had a good year. Your sheep didn't die. Your grain sold well. You decide to buy your wife a dress made of velvet. It's beautiful. Soft to the touch, deep red, heavy and warm. She puts it on, and for a moment she doesn't look like a woman who scrubs floors. She looks like a queen. But wearing that dress is a crime. If she is caught, you are fined. The law dictates the length of your coat, the colour of your hood, and even the pointiness of your shoes. Yes, shoes. In the late medieval period, shoes called poulaines became fashionable. They had long, ridiculous points that curled up at the toes. The longer the point, the cooler you were. The king eventually stepped in and regulated toe length by income. A prince could have toes 24 inches long. A merchant, 6 inches. A peasant, you get nothing. You get stumps. The sensory detail here is the feeling of being watched. You walk down the street in your new tunic, the fabric slightly softer than the burlap you usually wear. You see a noble riding past. He looks at you. He looks at your clothes. His eyes narrow. Is that wool too fine? Is that dye too blue? You feel the urge to slouch, to cover yourself with a cloak, to hide your success because success is punishable by a fine. And if you think, I will just stay home, I won't go out, I won't participate in this society, the king has a plan for that too. Scutage. Or shield money. Under the feudal system, if you held land, you owed the king military service. You were supposed to show up with a sword, a helmet, and a willingness to die in a muddy field in France for a cause you didn't understand. But let's say you didn't want to die. Let's say you preferred your limbs attached to your body. Let's say you were a knight who had grown fat and comfortable, or a landowner who had never held a weapon heavier than a goblet of wine. The king offered a solution: scutage. You could pay a tax to not fight. It sounds appealing at first. Who wouldn't pay to avoid being trampled by a warhorse? But the king realised that scutage was far more profitable than actual soldiers. Soldiers eat. Soldiers need tents. Soldiers die and need replacing. Gold coins do none of those things. So kings started levying scutage even when there wasn't a war. They would declare a campaign that never happened, collect the don't fight tax from every knight and baron in the realm, and then use the money to build a new castle, wing or buy more tapestries. The sensory reality of scutage was the weight of the purse. You are a minor knight. You have trained. You have armour that smells of oil and leather. But the king doesn't want your sword. He wants your harvest profits. You pour the coins onto the table. They glitter in the candlelight. That pile of gold represents a year of your serf's labour, a year of good weather, a year of luck. And you are handing it over to a king who is currently sitting in a palace 300 miles away, deciding that he's too tired to invade Normandy this year after all. It was a protection racket on a national scale. Nice land you have there. Shame if you had to go die in a ditch. Pay me, and you can stay home. But these were taxes on people, actions and objects. The medieval mind was restless. It sought to tax the very processes of nature. It sought to tax the physics of the universe. And that brings us to the multure, the tax on rot. The multure, it sounds like a word for something decaying, something heavy and unwelcome, and for the medieval peasant it was exactly that. It was the tax on grinding grain. In a sane world, if you grew wheat, harvested it with your own hands, and wanted to turn it into flour to bake bread, you would simply grind it. You might use a small hand mill at home. 2 heavy stones turning against each other, a rhythmic scraping sound that filled the quiet hours of the evening. It was hard work, your shoulders burning with the effort, the stone dust coating your hands in a fine white powder, but it was yours. But the lord of the manor looked at this self-sufficiency and saw theft. He built a large mill, usually powered by water or wind. A marvel of medieval engineering with great wooden gears groaning and creaking, the water wheel churning the river into white foam, or the sails catching the wind with a snap like a cracking whip. And then he issued a decree. Thirlage. You were thurled to the mill, bound to it. It was illegal to grind your own grain. You had to bring it to the lord's mill, and the miller, who was often the most hated man in the village, a figure of suspicion and resentment, would take a cut, a multure, usually 1/16 or 1/12 of your flour. Imagine the frustration. You load your sacks of grain onto a cart, or onto your own back. The sack is heavy, rough burlap scratching your neck. You trudge to the mill. You wait in line. The air is thick with flour dust, catching in your throat, making you cough. The noise is deafening, the rumble of the stones, the rush of water. The miller takes your grain. You watch him. Everyone watches the miller. There were endless jokes and songs about dishonest millers who had golden thumbs. Thumbs they would press onto the scale to increase the weight, or secret pockets in their aprons to steal handfuls of your hard-earned flour. You get back less than you gave. You have paid a tax for a service you didn't want to a man you don't trust, enforced by a lord who considers your hand mill a weapon of rebellion. If you were caught with a hand mill at home, the bailiff would smash it. They would break your stones, leaving you with nothing but gravel and a fine. It was a monopoly on physics. The lord owned the rotational force. And if you thought you could escape by just brewing beer instead of baking bread, think again. The ale conner is watching. In medieval England, ale wasn't a luxury. It was safer than water. The water in the village well was often next to the cesspit. The water in the river was full of dead sheep, Ale was boiled. Ale was nutrition. Ale was breakfast. But you couldn't just brew it and sell it. You had to be tested. Enter the ale conner. A local official whose job, his actual job, was to go from house to house, tasting the ale to ensure it was up to standard and, of course, taxed correctly. Legend, and perhaps a bit of historical exaggeration, says that some ale conners tested the quality of the brew not just with their tongues but with their pants. The story goes that the official would pour a puddle of ale on a wooden bench and sit in it wearing leather breeches. He would sit there for 30 minutes drinking and chatting. If, when he tried to stand up, his breeches stuck to the bench, the ale was sugary and good. If he didn't stick, it was watered down. Imagine the sensory absurdity. You were a brewster. Women did most of the brewing. You have spent days malting the barley, boiling the wort, the sweet, heavy smell of fermentation filling your cottage. And now a man in leather pants is sitting in a puddle of your product on your best bench staring at you, waiting to see if his rear end adheres to the wood. If he sticks, you pay the tax. If he doesn't stick, you pay a fine for bad ale. It was a system where the government literally inserted itself into your kitchen, your barn, and your cup. But the most hated taxes were the ones that felt personal, the ones that targeted your grief, your family, or your body. Let's talk about merchet, the tax on marriage, or more specifically, the fine a father paid to the lord for the privilege of letting his daughter get married. The logic was brutal. The lord owned the serfs. If a woman married, she might move to another village, or her labour might be directed towards her new husband's family. The lord was losing a breeding asset. He was losing a worker, so he demanded compensation. Picture the wedding day. It should be a day of joy. There are garlands of flowers, maybe a fiddler playing a jaunty tune. The bride is wearing her best dress, within sumptuary laws, of course. The groom has washed his face, but before the vows, before the feast, there is the transaction. The father hands over the coins. He is buying his daughter's freedom to love. The jingle of the money changing hands is the soundtrack to the ceremony. It is a reminder that even in your most intimate moments, you are property. And if she didn't marry, if she committed a sin of the flesh outside of wedlock, Lair White, the fine for unchastity. The Lord taxed your virtue and your vice. He made money if you followed the rules, and he made money if you broke them. It was a casino where the house always won, and you were the chips. But surely there was a limit. Surely there were things too abstract, too fleeting to tax. Not for the window tax. Fast forward slightly to the tail end of our period, and into the early modern era, but the spirit is medieval. The window tax. The government wanted to tax wealth, but they didn't have a way to check your bank account, because banks were just guys with strong boxes, or your income, because you were paid in turnips. So they looked for a proxy. Rich people have big houses. Big houses have lots of windows. Therefore, we will tax windows. The result was the brick up. People started bricking up their own windows to avoid the tax. You can still see this in London today. Old Georgian houses with blind, bricked-over spaces where glass should be. The sensory consequence was darkness. To save money, people chose to live in gloom. They shut out the sun. The air inside became stale, stagnant, smelling of mould and dust because there was no cross breeze. They traded light for liquidity. Vitamin D deficiency became a fiscal strategy. It was a tax on sight, a tax on the sun. And as the people sat in their dark, smoky, windowless rooms, eating unsalted meat and bread ground at the Lord's mill, wondering if they could afford to let their daughter marry, a low rumble began to build. It wasn't the rumble of a millstone. It wasn't the rumble of a cart. It was the sound of a breaking point. Because in 1381, they didn't just complain. They didn't just brick up their windows. They grabbed their axes, they grabbed their scythes, and they marched on London. The Great Revolt was coming, and it was going to be loud. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 didn't start with a grand speech or a trumpet blast. It started with a simple refusal. A tax collector in Brentwood, Essex, demanded his coin. The villagers, tired, hungry, and pushed beyond the brink by the third poll tax in 4 years, simply said no, and then they beat him up. It was the no heard around the world, or at least around the southeast of England. You're now part of that no. You are marching towards London. The road, usually a lonely place of tolls and silence, is now a river of humanity. The sound is overwhelming. It isn't the disciplined tramp of soldiers. It is the shuffling, stomping, uneven rhythm of thousands of boots, clogs, and bare feet hitting the dirt. The air is thick with dust kicked up by the mob, tasting of grit and dry earth. It smells of unwashed bodies, yes, but also of adrenaline, a sharp, metallic scent that cuts through the usual dull aroma of medieval life. You're holding a billhook, a tool normally used for pruning trees. It feels heavy and awkward in your hand, the wood polished smooth by years of labour, but now it feels like a weapon. Next to you is a man carrying a scythe. Behind you, a woman with a heavy iron spit from her kitchen. The target isn't just the king. In fact, the peasants strangely liked the king. Richard II was just a boy, 14 years old. They believed he was being misled by his evil counsellors. The real targets were the lawyers, the scribes, the tax collectors, the men who knew how to write, because writing was the enemy. The rebels didn't just burn houses, they burned paper. They hunted down the tax rolls, the manorial records, the court documents. They dragged great chests full of parchment into the village greens and set them alight. Imagine the sight. A bonfire of bureaucracy. The parchment, dried and brittle, catches fire instantly. It curls and blackens, the ink bubbling and vanishing. The records of your debts, your servitude, your labour, obligations, all turning into grey ash floating on the summer breeze. It must have felt like a physical weight being lifted off your chest. For the first time in generations, the ledger was blank. When the mob reached London, the city locked its gates. But the Londoners, suffering under the same taxes, opened them from the inside. The mob poured across London Bridge. They went straight for the Savoy Palace, the home of John of Gaunt, the king's uncle and the most hated man in England. He was the architect of the poll tax. The palace was a marvel of luxury, tapestries, silver, gold, fine wines. The peasants burned it to the ground. But here is the fascinating detail. They didn't loot it. They declared that they were men of truth and justice, not thieves. They took the silver plates and threw them into the river. They took the gold and smashed it. One man was caught trying to steal a silver goblet. The other rebels threw him into the fire with the goblet. They were sending a message. We don't want your money. We want you to stop taking ours. The sensory overload of London in revolt is intense. The sky is choked with black smoke from the burning palace. The noise is deafening. Screams, cheers, the roar of collapsing timbers. The heat from the fires pushes against your face, hot and dry, contrasting with the cool river air from the Thames. Eventually the boy king rode out to meet them at Smithfield. Wat Tyler, the leader of the rebels, rode forward. He shook the king's hand. He called him brother. He demanded that there be no more serfdom, no more lords, and that all men should be free and of equal rank. It was a vision of a world that wouldn't exist for another 500 years. and for a moment the king agreed. He nodded. He promised charters of freedom. He promised to abolish the taxes. You, standing in the crowd, felt a surge of victory. The air felt lighter. The smoke seemed to clear. You had won. The system had blinked. Then, in a flash of violence, the Mayor of London pulled a dagger and stabbed Wat Tyler in the neck. The king's knights surrounded the rebels. The charters were revoked. The freedom was a lie. The king later famously told the peasants, "Serfs you were and serfs you are. You shall remain in bondage, not as before, but incomparably worse." The revolt was crushed. The taxes remained, though notably they stopped trying the poll tax for a long time. The status quo reasserted itself with the heavy, grinding weight of a millstone, but the memory remained. The memory of the burning parchment, the memory of the silver in the river, the memory that the system was flammable. But while the peasants in England were fighting for their freedom, across the Channel, another group of people was fighting a different kind of war. A war against a tax that tried to regulate the most uncontrollable force in the universe, bodily functions. Welcome to the urine tax, you might think. Surely not. But the Roman Emperor Vespasian had a saying, pecunia non olet, money does not stink. In ancient Rome, and carrying over into medieval practices in various forms of waste management fees, urine was a commodity. It contains ammonia, and ammonia is a miracle chemical if you live in a world without Clorox. It was used to tan leather, to bleach wool, to whiten teeth. Yes, really, Romans brushed their teeth with it, to clean togas. The fullers, the dry cleaners of the ancient and medieval world, needed gallons of the stuff, so they collected it. Large pots were placed on street corners for passers-by to relieve themselves, and the emperor, seeing these pots filling up with liquid gold, decided to tax the collection. Imagine being a fuller. Your entire livelihood depends on other people's waste. The smell of your workshop is indescribable, sharp, biting ammonia that waters your eyes and burns your nose. The air is thick and yellow. You spend your days stomping on wool soaked in stale urine to clean it. And then the tax collector arrives. He doesn't hold his nose, he just holds out his hand. He wants a cut of the urine profits. It is absurd. It is gross. But it is also a perfect example of the system. If it has value, the state wants a piece, even if that value is literally waste. But let's step away from the biological and back to the architectural. Because if taxing windows wasn't bad enough, some rulers decided to tax the very act of entering a room. The door tax. In 17th century Europe, specifically in France and later the Netherlands, the window tax had a cousin. If you had a door that opened onto the street, you paid. This led to some fascinating architectural mutations. People stopped building doors. They used windows as doors. They built houses with one tiny narrow door for 20 people. The sensory experience of the door tax is the squeeze. You're trying to enter your home. You're carrying a basket of firewood. The door is intentionally built too narrow to lower the tax bracket. You have to turn sideways. The wood scrapes your knuckles against the stone frame. The rough bark bites into your skin. You grunt, shoving your way into your own house. It changes how you move. It changes how you greet guests. Welcome to my home. Please exhale so you can fit through the threshold. It is a world where architecture is dictated not by aesthetics, not by comfort, not by light, but by the desperate need to avoid giving the king another coin. But sometimes the taxes weren't about money. They were about control. They were about making sure you stayed in your lane. Let's move to the forest again, but not for firewood this time, for meat, the king's deer. If you were a peasant, you ate vegetables, you ate grain, you ate pottage, a thick grey stew that tasted of whatever you could find. Meat was a rarity. Salted pork at Christmas, maybe a chicken if it stopped laying eggs. But just over the fence in the king's forest, there was meat everywhere. Deer, boar, rabbits, hares, pheasants. To you it looks like dinner. To the king it is Verton venison, and touching it is a capital offence. The king's forest was not a park, it wasn't a nature reserve, it was a giant open-air larder owned exclusively by one man, and to ensure that his venison remained his venison, he created forest law. Forest law was a legal system that existed parallel to the normal laws of the land. It was harsher, faster, and crueler. It didn't care about your rights, it cared about the deer's rights to not be eaten by you. Imagine walking through the woods. The light is dappled, filtering through the high canopy of oak and beech leaves. The air smells of pine needles and damp earth. It is quiet, peaceful. You see a deer, a majestic stag, its antlers velvet brown, grazing in a sunbeam. To you, that stag represents survival. That meat could feed your family for a month. The skin could make leather for shoes, the antlers could make handles for tools. But you freeze, you don't reach for your bow, you don't even step on a twig, because you know the penalties. If you are caught killing a deer, you could be blinded, you could lose a hand, you could be hanged. But forest law didn't just punish poachers, it punished existence. If you lived within the bounds of a royal forest, and these boundaries were massive, often encompassing entire villages and farmlands, you were subject to insane regulations. You couldn't own a dog unless it was lawed. This meant 3 toes on its front paws had to be cut off so it couldn't run fast enough to chase a deer. Imagine the cruelty. Imagine the sound of the dog yelping, the sight of the bloody paw, the feeling of betrayal as you maimed your own companion to satisfy a distant king. You couldn't build a fence high enough to keep deer out of your crops because that would restrict the deer's movement. So you had to watch helplessly as the king's deer ate your wheat, your barley, your winter survival. If you chased the deer away too aggressively, fine. If you hurt the deer while chasing it, prison. You couldn't cut down trees on your own land if they were large enough to provide cover for deer. You couldn't clear brush. You lived in a state of suspended animation, a caretaker for an ecosystem designed to feed someone else. The foresters, the men hired to enforce these laws, were hated more than the tax collectors. They were armed bullies who roamed the woods, extorting bribes, stealing from peasants, and using the threat of forest law to terrorize the populace. The sensory experience of the forest changed. It wasn't a place of resource or beauty. It was a place of danger. The rustle of leaves wasn't a squirrel. It was a forester. The snap of a twig wasn't a deer. It was a trap. The woods watched you. But eventually even the nobles got tired of this, because the king started expanding the forests to include their land too, and when you annoy the barons, you get the Magna Carta. While everyone remembers the Magna Carta for things like trial by jury, a huge chunk of it was actually the Charter of the Forest, a desperate attempt to claw back the woods from the king's grip. It reduced the penalties. No more losing life or limb for a deer, just a heavy fine. Progress, medieval style. Now let's pivot from the woods to the road again, but this time let's talk about the weather, the mud tax, technically called pavage. This was a tax meant to pay for paving the streets, in theory a noble goal. Medieval streets were nightmares. They were open sewers mixed with mud, animal waste and garbage. Walking across town required high boots and a strong stomach. So, Towns introduced pavage. They collected money from every cart, every merchant, every load of goods entering the city. Did they pave the streets? Sometimes. But often, the money just vanished into the town coffers. The sensory reality remained the same. You paid the tax. You walked into the city. Squelch. Your boot sinks 6 inches into brown sludge. The smell hits you, a mix of rotting cabbage and pig manure. You look down. There are no paving stones, just the same old mud. But now, you are poorer for having walked in it. It creates a cynicism that is deeply relatable. The medieval citizen looked at the pothole, looked at the empty treasury, and realized that Infrastructure Week was never coming. And speaking of infrastructure, let's talk about the strangest infrastructure of all, the calendar, the time tax. In 1752, a bit later, but the medieval mindset lingers, Britain finally decided to switch from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar to align with the rest of Europe. To do this, they had to skip 11 days. September 2nd was followed immediately by September 14th. People rioted. They believed their lives had been shortened. They believed they had been robbed of 11 days of existence. But the real issue was rent. Landlords demanded a full month's rent for September, even though the month was 11 days shorter. The tenants were furious. They were paying for time that literally didn't exist. "Give us back our 11 days," became the chant. It wasn't just about the calendar. It was about the landlord squeezing profit out of a metaphysical shift in the space-time continuum. It highlights a universal truth about the pre-modern and modern world. If there is a change, the little guy pays for it. But let's go back to the truly weird. Let's talk about the hat tax. From 1784 to 1811, the British government taxed men's hats. And not just any hats, they taxed them based on the cost of the hat. To enforce this, hatters had to paste a stamped paper ticket inside the lining of the hat. If you were caught wearing a hat without a stamp, fine. If you were caught forging a stamp, death. Yes, really. Forgery was a capital offence. Imagine the sensory detail of buying a hat. You enter the shop. It smells of felt and steam. The hatter measures your head. You pick a style, but then the awkward pause. "And the stamp duty, sir?" You pay the extra shillings. He licks the stamp, tasting of bitter glue, and sticks it inside. You put the hat on. It feels heavier. You're wearing a receipt on your head. And men being men, they tried to dodge it. They stopped calling them hats. They called them headgear, coverings, thatch. But the government got wise and defined a hat as any covering for the head made of any material. So men stopped wearing hats. The fashion industry collapsed. The tax killed the very thing it was trying to harvest. This brings us to the ultimate realization about these systems. They weren't just greedy, they were often stupid. They created perverse incentives that made life worse for everyone, including the king. If you tax windows, people build dark houses. If you tax beards, people shave. If you tax hats, people go bareheaded. If you tax fire, people freeze. The medieval world was a laboratory of bad economic ideas tested on human subjects who had no opt-out button. But there was one tax that couldn't be dodged, one tax that didn't care about your choices, the soul scot. This was a fee paid to the priest at your funeral. But unlike the Heriot, the best beast to the Lord, the soul scot was often the second best beast, or a piece of furniture, or your best cloak. It was the final transaction. You are dead. The Lord has your cow. The priest has your cloak. The king has your taxes. And you are finally free. But we are not dead yet. We are still in the mud, still alive, and there are still more absurdities to explore. Let's look at the scold's bridle and the fines for speech. The scold's bridle wasn't a tax in the traditional sense. You didn't line up to pay it, but it was a penalty, a fine on the act of speaking. Specifically, speaking in a way that annoyed the authorities. And in medieval and early modern Europe, annoying the authorities was a gendered crime. They called it being a common scold. This legal label was applied almost exclusively to women who were deemed too loud, too argumentative, or too willing to challenge the social order. Perhaps she argued with a dishonest baker about the weight of his bread. Perhaps she yelled at a neighbour who let his pigs trample her garden. Perhaps she just had a voice that carried. The punishment was a mix of financial ruin and physical torture. First, the fine. If you were convicted, your husband had to pay. This was a strategic cruelty. By fining the husband, the court turned him into his wife's jailer. He would be angry at the loss of money, and his anger would silence her more effectively than any law. But if he couldn't pay, or wouldn't pay, enter the bridle. It was an iron cage that fit over the head. It had a metal plate, sometimes spiked, that slid into the mouth and pressed down on the tongue. It locked at the back of the neck. Imagine the sensory horror of it, the cold, rusted iron against your skin, the taste of metal in your mouth, sharp and bloody if the plate was spiked, the inability to swallow properly, the drool running down your chin, the weight of it dragging your head forward. You were then led through the town, sometimes chained to a post, sometimes walked on a leash like a dog. The villagers would come out to watch. They would jeer. They would throw mud. The sound of their laughter, mixed with the clanking of the iron mask, would echo in your ears. It was a tax on dissent, a tax on volume, a physical reminder that your voice did not belong to you. It belonged to the community, and they could revoke your license to use it. But speech wasn't the only thing regulated. Let's talk about the summoner. If you've read Chaucer, you know the summoner. He was the man whose job was to deliver summonses to the ecclesiastical court, the church court. These courts dealt with moral crimes, adultery, fornication, working on a Sunday, missing church. The summoner was the medieval equivalent of a blackmail artist with a badge. He would find out your secrets. Maybe you were seen walking with someone who wasn't your spouse. Maybe you were heard swearing in the tavern. The summoner would approach you. He smelled of garlic and onions, according to Chaucer, and likely of stale wine. His face was often scarred from skin diseases, a visual marker of his own corruption. He would whisper in your ear, "I have a summons for you. The archdeacon wants to see you." You panic. The church court can fine you. They can order you to be whipped in the market square. They can ruin your reputation. "But," the summoner says, smiling to reveal rotting teeth, "perhaps we can lose the paperwork for a small fee." This was the blue bribe, the unofficial tax on sin. The summoner made his living by threatening people with the law and then selling them the exemption. It was a parasitic economy feeding on fear and shame. The sensory experience of the summoner was one of intimacy. He stood too close. He spoke too softly. His hand was always open, palm up, waiting for the silver that would buy your silence. It felt dirty, a transaction made in the shadows, leaving you feeling lighter in purse but heavier in guilt. And while the summoner taxed your sins, the king was busy taxing your games. Card money. In the 16th and 17th centuries, playing cards became a craze. It was cheap entertainment. You could play in a tavern, in a barn by the fire. It was democratic, so naturally it had to be taxed. The ace of spades. That's why the ace of spades is always the fancy card in the deck. It was the card that bore the tax stamp. The government demanded that the ace of spades be printed by the commissioners of stamp duties. Buying a deck of cards meant paying a tax specifically for that one card. It was a tax on boredom, a tax on the simple pleasure of shuffling, a deck and dealing a hand of whist. If you forged the ace of spades, death. Again. The government really only had one setting for forgery penalties. The sensory detail is the feel of the cards. They were thick paper, often rough-edged. You would fan them out in your hand. The ace of spades would look different, intricate, official, bearing the crown's mark. It was a reminder that even your leisure time was monitored by the state. But perhaps the most bizarre attempt to tax behaviour was the bachelor's tax. In 1695, England decided it needed more people. Or rather, it needed more money, and it framed it as a population issue. They levied a tax on bachelors over the age of 25 and childless widowers. The logic: if you aren't raising the next generation of taxpayers to soldiers, you need to pay for the privilege of your freedom. It was a tax on loneliness, or a tax on being picky. Imagine you're a single man. You are 26. You haven't found the right person. Or maybe you are poor and can't afford to marry. The tax collector arrives. He demands to know your marital status. Still single? He asks, pen hovering over his ledger. Yes, you sigh. That will be a shilling. You pay him. You're effectively paying a fine for sleeping alone. It adds a strange financial pressure to dating. You aren't just looking for love, you're looking for a tax shelter. And for the childless widowers, it was even crueler. You lost your wife, you have no children to comfort you. That's tragic. Also, you owe us money. It highlights the relentless nature of the state. It views the population not as humans with complex lives, but as units of production. If a unit is underperforming, i.e. not breeding, it must be penalised. But let's go back to the physical world, to the very ground you walk on, the soap tax. For hundreds of years, soap was taxed in Britain. It was considered a luxury. The government required soap makers to manufacture soap in large batches under the supervision of excise men. The pans had to be locked at night by the taxman to prevent illegal soap boiling. This made soap expensive, which meant poor people didn't use it. The sensory result was the great unwashed. It wasn't that medieval and early modern people liked being dirty. It was that cleanliness was priced out of their reach. The smell of a medieval crowd was the smell of a tax policy. When the tax was finally repealed in the Victorian era, it cost the Treasury millions. But the improvement in public health was immediate. It turns out taxing hygiene is a bad strategy for keeping your workforce alive. But there is one more tax that defies all logic, a tax that seems like a joke, but was deadly serious: the shadow tax. In Venice and later in other cities, shopkeepers who used awnings to shade their goods were taxed. Why? Because the awning cast a shadow on public land. The logic: the ground belongs to the city. The shadow belongs to the awning. Therefore, the awning is occupying public space with darkness. Shopkeepers scrambled to take down their awnings. The result? Fruit rotted in the sun, meat spoiled. The streets became hotter, glaringly bright without the relief of shade. It was a tax on physics, a tax on the absence of light. And as you stand there in the Venetian heat, squinting against the glare, watching a peach shrivel in the sun because the merchant couldn't afford the shadow tax, you realize the ultimate truth of this era. Nothing is safe. Not the light, not the dark, not the water, not the fire. But surely they couldn't tax the air itself? Well, they couldn't tax the air itself, could they? Actually, they tried. Welcome to the medieval concept of wind rights. In the eyes of the feudal law, the air blowing across a lord's land was not a meteorological phenomenon, it was a property asset. Imagine you are a miller. You're tired of the water mill. The river freezes in winter, it dries up in summer, and the eels keep clogging the gears. You look at the hill behind your house. The wind is strong there, whipping the grass, bending the trees. It is a source of infinite free energy. You decide to build a windmill. You erect the timber frame. You sew the canvas sails. You wait for a breezy day. The sails catch the wind with a satisfying thwack, and the heavy stones begin to turn. You're grinding grain using nothing but the sky. But then the bishop arrives, or the lord, and he is furious. Why? Because he claims he owns the wind. There are actual legal records from the 12th century of knights suing monks for building windmills, arguing that the monks were stealing the knights' wind. "The wind belongs to me," the lord would shout. The sensory experience of this tax is one of bewilderment. You stand on the hill, the wind rushing past your ears, cooling the sweat on your brow. It is invisible. It is untouchable. It moves from the ocean to the mountains, caring nothing for borders. And yet, a man in a velvet doublet is pointing a finger at the sky and demanding rent for the breeze. You pay, or you tear down the mill. You go back to the river where the eels are waiting. But if they could tax the wind outside, they could certainly tax the light inside. Let's talk about the candle tax. In 1709, Britain introduced a tax on candles, but not just on buying them, on making them. For centuries, making candles was a household chore. You saved the fat from your cooking, the beef tallow, the mutton grease. It smelled heavy and meaty. You melted it down in a pot over the fire. You dipped a wick made of rush or cotton into the hot grease, layer by layer, until you had a candle. It wasn't pretty. Tallow candles smoked. They smelled like a cooking hamburger that had given up on life, but they gave light. The government decided this self-sufficiency was illegal. You were forbidden from making candles at home unless you paid a license fee. The excise man could enter your home to check if you had dipping equipment. If he found a pot of tallow and a wick, you were fined. So people sat in the dark, or they used rushlights. A rushlight was the loophole. You took a reed from the riverbank, peeled off the skin, and dipped the pith in fat. It wasn't technically a candle because it didn't have a cotton wick. It burned fast, maybe 20 minutes of sputtering greasy light. It dripped hot fat onto the table. It required constant attention. The sensory reality of the candle tax was a world of shadows. Families huddled around a single smoky rushlight, moving it from room to room. The corners of the house remained pitch black. Reading was impossible. Mending clothes was a strain on the eyes. The smell of burning rush, a mix of vegetable matter and animal fat, permeated the evening. It was a tax on vision, a tax that forced you to live in a twilight state, simply because the government wanted a cut of the illumination. But the government didn't just want to control the inside of your house. They wanted to control the walls themselves. The wallpaper tax. In 1712, patterned, printed or painted wallpaper became a taxable luxury. The tax was levied on every square yard. To enforce this, tax officials had to stamp the back of each sheet of paper before it was hung. But human ingenuity is stubborn. People found a way around it. They stopped buying wallpaper. Instead, they bought plain paper, tax-free, hung it on their walls, and then hand-stenciled the patterns themselves. Imagine the scene. You're in a cold parlour. You have glued plain grey paper to the plaster. It smells of flour paste, a damp, yeasty scent. You are holding a stencil cut from stiff card. You dab paint onto the wall, tedious inch by tedious inch. Your arm aches. The paint smells of linseed oil and lead. You're effectively forging your own luxury to avoid the stamp duty. Or, even more absurdly, you simply didn't paper the wall, you left it bare plaster. The room felt colder, echoed more. The cosy, dampened sound of a papered room was replaced by the hollow ring of bare stone. All because a bureaucrat in London decided that decoration was a revenue stream. But let's go back to the very structure of the house, the bricks, the brick tax. In 1784, to pay for wars in America, Britain taxed bricks, but they didn't tax them by weight or volume. They taxed them by the number of bricks. Can you guess what happened? Builders stopped using normal-sized bricks. They started making great bricks, massive oversized blocks of clay that were 2 or 3 times the size of a standard brick. If you use fewer bricks, you pay less tax. The sensory result is visible in architecture today. You can walk through English towns and see houses from this period. They look wrong. The scale is off. The bricks are clunky, heavy, and awkward. They don't fit the human hand. The mortar lines are strange. It creates a landscape of distortion. The buildings look swollen, as if they're having an allergic reaction to the tax code, and if you look closely at the walls you might see something else missing. The hearth money man might have missed your fire, but the window tax man counted your glass, and now the clock tax man wants to know what time it is. The clock tax. In 1797, for a brief disastrous year, the government taxed clocks and watches. 5 shillings for a clock, 10 shillings for a gold watch. The result? People hid their clocks. They stopped carrying watches. Tavern keepers took the clocks off the walls. Imagine walking into a village. You want to know if you're late. You look at the church tower, exempt thankfully. But inside the inn there is no ticking. The comforting rhythmic sound of the pendulum is gone. The space on the wall where the clock hung is a pale rectangle of dust. "What time is it?" you ask the innkeeper. "Time to pay your tab," he grunts. He doesn't know. He sold his clock to avoid the tax. Time became a luxury. Knowing the hour was something you had to pay for. Society briefly drifted back into a vague, sun-based temporal system, untethered from the precision of the minute hand, all because the Chancellor of the Exchequer needed quick cash. But of all the absurdities, of all the indignities, perhaps none was as humiliating as the breastfeeding tax. No, they didn't tax the milk directly. But in France, wet nurses were regulated and taxed. If you were a noblewoman and you hired a wet nurse, you paid a duty. But the bureaucracy trickled down. In some regions, the very act of entering the profession of nursing required a license. The sensory detail is the intimacy of it being invaded by the state. A woman holding a child, perhaps not even her own, feeling the warmth, the bond, the biological necessity of feeding an infant, and standing over her is an official with a clipboard, ensuring that the milk is authorized. It's the ultimate intrusion, the state monitoring the flow of life from one human to another. And as you sit there in your oversized brick house, lit by a rushlight, wearing a hat with the stamp inside, checking the sun because you have no clock, shivering because you blocked the chimney to hide the smoke, you realize something profound. The history of civilization is the history of people trying to live their lives and the system trying to charge them for the privilege. But you are tired. The tax collector has moved on to the next village. The sun is setting, free of charge for now. The wind is blowing, taxed but still refreshing. You wrap your rough woolen blanket around your shoulders. You lie back on the straw. The day is done. You have survived the ledger. The fire, what little you've allowed yourself, has died down to glowing embers, casting a faint, pulsing red light across the room. You can hear the wind picking up outside, whistling through the gaps in the thatch, a sound that would cost you money if the bishop had his way. But we aren't done with the night yet. Because if you think taxes were the only way the medieval world tried to control your existence, you are mistaken. Let's talk about the law of coverture. This wasn't a tax, it was a legal erasure. If you were a woman in the Middle Ages, you had certain rights. You could own land sometimes. You could make a will. You could sue someone if they stole your pig. You were a person until you got married. The moment you said "I do," you ceased to exist, legally speaking. Under coverture, a husband and wife were considered one person, and that person was the husband. Your property, his; your wages, his; your body, his. If you committed a crime, sometimes he was punished because it was assumed he should have controlled you better. If someone hurt you, your husband sued for damages to his property. The sensory reality of this was a loss of self. You walk into a room, you're wearing a dress you spun and dyed and wove yourself. But it isn't yours. The wool belongs to him. The labour belongs to him. If you wanted to buy a loaf of bread, you used his coins. If you wanted to leave, you couldn't, because you owned nothing to take with you. It was a system that turned marriage into a disappearing act. You walked down the aisle a person, and walked back up it a ghost. And while women were disappearing into their husbands, the poor were disappearing into the workhouse. Fast forward slightly to the Elizabethan era, but the roots are medieval, the poor laws. Before this, if you were poor, you relied on charity. The church gave you alms. The monasteries gave you bread. Your neighbours gave you leftovers. It wasn't great, but it was human. Then the state got involved. They decided that poverty was a moral failing. Being poor wasn't just unfortunate, it was suspicious. So they criminalised vagrancy. If you were found wandering without a job, you could be whipped, you could be branded, you could be enslaved for 2 years. And if you needed help, you had to go to the workhouse. The workhouse was designed to be worse than the lowest standard of living outside. It had to be. If it was comfortable, everyone would want to go there, so they made it hell on purpose. The sensory experience of the workhouse was designed to break you. The uniforms were scratchy, ill-fitting, grey. The food was gruel. Thin oatmeal boiled in water, tasteless and slimy. The work was mindless, breaking rocks, picking oakum, unravelling old ropes. The sound was silence. Talking was often forbidden. You sat in rows, picking at the tarred rope until your fingers bled, the smell of old hemp and unwashed bodies filling the air. It was a prison for the crime of having no money, and if you died there, you were buried in a pauper's grave, unmarked, mass, the final anonymity. But let's step back to something lighter, or heavier, depending on how much you ate. The sumptuary laws didn't just cover clothes, they covered dinner, the 2-course rule. In 1336, King Edward III of England, presumably bored with running a kingdom, decided he was worried about his subjects' eating habits. He issued a statute declaring that no man of any rank should be served more than 2 courses at dinner, and each course could only have 2 types of food. Why? To encourage thrift, to stop people from enjoying themselves too much. Imagine the dinner table. The candles are lit. The wine is poured. You're hungry. The servants bring out the first course, a roast chicken and a bowl of peas. Delicious. You eat. You wait. The servants bring out the second course, a piece of fish and some bread, and that's it. You look at the empty table. You look at the king's law. You look at your stomach, which is still interested in perhaps a tart or a cheese. But no, the king has spoken. 3 courses is decadence. 3 courses leads to ruin. Of course, the rich ignored this. They just made the 2 courses incredibly complicated. Oh, this isn't a 3rd course, this is just a side dish to the 2nd course. This isn't a pie, it's a garnish. But for the middle classes, the merchants trying to emulate the nobility, it was a constant source of anxiety. Was that 3rd sausage treason? And speaking of food, let's talk about the assize of bread and ale. We touched on this earlier, but the sheer micromanagement deserves a deeper dive. The government didn't just tax bread, they controlled the physics of it. The price of a loaf of bread was fixed. It never changed. A penny loaf cost a penny. Forever. But the price of wheat did change. It went up in bad harvests and down in good ones. So, how did the baker make a profit? He had to change the size of the loaf. Every year the authorities published a table. If wheat cost X, the penny loaf must weigh Y. Imagine being a baker. You aren't just a cook, you are a mathematician. You have to constantly adjust your dough balls. A little more here, a little less there, and if you got it wrong, if your loaf was too light, you were dragged through the streets on a hurdle, a wooden sled, with the offending loaf tied around your neck. The villagers would throw rotten vegetables at you. The smell of the decaying cabbage, the jeers of the crowd, the weight of the stale bread chafing your skin. It was a sensory nightmare of public shaming. This is why we have the baker's dozen, 13. Bakers were so terrified of accidentally selling a short batch and being flogged that they would throw in an extra roll just to be safe. It wasn't generosity, it was fear. And while the baker feared the hurdle, the sailor feared the press gang, the impressment service. This wasn't a tax, it was kidnapping, legal state-sponsored kidnapping. The Royal Navy needed men. Life on a ship was hard. The food was full of weevils, the water was green, the discipline was brutal, the lash. Surprisingly, not many people volunteered, so the Navy sent out gangs, armed men who would roam the port towns. The sensory reality of the press gang was terror. You were a young man, perhaps a merchant sailor, perhaps just a labourer having a pint in a tavern near the docks. The door bursts open, the smell of salt and tar rushes in, men with cudgels enter. They look at you. They don't ask if you want to join the Navy. They hit you on the head. You wake up in the hold of a ship. The wood creaks around you. The smell of bilge water and unwashed men is suffocating. You are at sea. You will not see your family for years. You might never see them again. They press a king's shilling into your hand, sometimes slipping it into your drink so you accepted it by accident. Once you took the coin, you were legally a sailor. It was slavery by another name, the theft of a human life to fuel the war machine, and if you tried to run, hanging. But surely the church offered sanctuary. Surely the holy ground was safe. Well, let's talk about sanctuary. It was a real legal concept. If you committed a crime, murder, theft, arson, and you could run fast enough to reach a church, you could grab the sanctuary knocker, a big metal ring on the door, and claim sanctuary. For 40 days the law couldn't touch you. You were safe inside the church. But here's the sensory reality. You are locked in a church. You cannot leave. The villagers and the sheriff are waiting outside, watching the doors. There is no toilet. There is no kitchen. You rely on the charity of the priest for food. You are sleeping on the cold stone floor surrounded by the tombs of the dead. The air is cold and smells of incense and damp stone. You are trapped in a holy cage. After 40 days, you had a choice. Surrender and stand trial and likely be hanged, or abjure the realm. This meant you had to confess your crime, strip to your undergarments, carry a wooden cross, and walk barefoot to the nearest port to leave England forever. Imagine the walk, barefoot on the medieval roads we discussed earlier, the mud, the stones, the cold. You're wearing nothing but a linen shirt. You're carrying a heavy cross. People jeer at you as you pass. You're a ghost walking out of your own life. It was a system that offered mercy, but made you pay for it with everything you had. And finally, let's look at the coroner's fee. In the medieval world, if you found a dead body, it was a disaster. Not just because someone died, but because of the bureaucracy. If a body was found in your village, the village was fined if they couldn't prove who it was or how they died. It was called the murdrum fine, origin of the word murder. It was originally designed by the Normans to stop Saxons from killing them in secret. So, what did villagers do if they found a body by the river? They pushed it into the next village's territory. The sensory detail is grim. It is night. It is raining. You and your neighbours are dragging a waterlogged corpse through the mud, trying to shove it across the parish boundary line before the sun comes up. The body is heavy, cold, stiff. It smells of river water and decay. You aren't monsters, you're just poor. You can't afford the fine, so you make the dead man someone else's problem. It creates a world where death is a hot potato. And on that cheerful note, let's leave the riverbank and head back to the warmth. What little of it you can afford. You've paid the taxes on your head, your smoke, your salt, your windows, your soap, your candles, your bricks, your wallpaper, your beard, your hat, and your clock. You've avoided the press gang, the summoner, and the forester. You're alive. You're tired. But you have survived another day in the system, and in the Middle Ages, survival is the only victory that matters. The air in your small hut is growing thinner as the fire dies, the last of the embers winking out like the eyes of a tired animal. You shift on your straw mattress, the dried stalks crackling and poking through the thin burlap sack, a reminder that even your rest is supported by the remnants of the Lord's harvest. The room is silent, except for the rhythmic, heavy breathing of your youngest child beside you and the occasional scratching of a mouse behind the wattle and daub wall. It smells of damp earth, the lingering ghost of the evening's pottage, and the cold, metallic scent of the frost forming on the outside of the door. But before you can drift off, a new thought keeps your eyes wide in the dark. You remember the ward penny. This wasn't a tax on what you had, but a tax on what the Lord wanted to have, specifically a castle. The Lord on the hill is worried. He's worried about the French. He's worried about the Scots. He's worried about his neighbour, who recently bought a slightly larger horse. To calm his nerves, he decides his castle needs a new curtain wall, or a deeper ditch, or a squad of men to stand on the battlements and look intimidating. But armour is expensive. Stonemasons want to be paid in actual silver, not just the promise of a blessing. So he levies the ward penny. Imagine the absurdity. You are a farmer. You spend your life in the dirt. You're not allowed inside the castle. If you tried to walk through the gates, the guards would laugh and poke you with their halberds. The castle is a place of stone, silk, and roasted meats, a world you only see from a distance. And yet, you're legally required to pay for its upkeep. The sensory detail is the distance. You stand in your muddy field, leaning on a shovel that is more rust than iron. You look up at the hill. You see the grey, jagged teeth of the battlements biting into the sky. You see the banners fluttering, bright silk that costs more than your entire village. You hear the faint, high-pitched call of a trumpet. and you feel the weight of the coin in your pocket, the one you have to walk up that hill and hand over to a man who considers you a biological footnote, all so he can feel safer behind a wall you'll never touch. It's the medieval version of a resort fee at a hotel you aren't staying in. You are paying for the privilege of being excluded, and if you survive the ward penny, you still had to deal with the smoke farthing. This was a religious tax often collected during the week of Pentecost. Every household that had a chimney, or even just a hole in the roof, owed a farthing to the local cathedral. They called it Pentecostal or Whitsun farthing, but to you it was just the smoke tax. The logic. Your local church answers to the big cathedral in the city. The cathedral is a massive, echoing cavern of stone and stained glass, smelling of expensive beeswax and cold incense. It is a monument to the grandeur of God, and apparently that grandeur is powered by the smoke from your meagre cooking fire. Imagine the walk to the church to pay this. The early summer. Air is sweet with the scent of blooming hawthorn and wet grass. It should be a time of celebration. But you're clutching a farthing, a tiny, thin bit of silver that represents hours of spinning or weeding. The sensory experience of the cathedral is overwhelming when you finally visit to pay. The air is frigid, even in June. The light is filtered through deep blues and reds, casting tax-coloured shadows on the floor. Your breath hitches as you look up at the vaulted ceiling. You feel small, you feel insignificant, and as you drop your farthing into the heavy oak chest, the clink is swallowed by the vast silence of the stone. You realise that your smoke has travelled all the way from your tiny dark kitchen to this magnificent palace of God, and all it left you with was a cold hearth. It was a system designed to ensure that even your daily sustenance, the fire you used to cook your bread, was linked to the institutional wealth of the church. But the most cynical of all medieval, financial instruments wasn't a tax on smoke or stone, it was the indulgence, the original microtransaction. The church taught that even if you were forgiven for your sins, you still had to spend time in purgatory, a sort of spiritual waiting room that felt uncomfortably like being stuck in a medieval DMV, but with more fire. The length of your stay depended on how many bad things you had done. But for a small fee, you could buy an indulgence, a piece of parchment signed by an official that lopped a few thousand years off your sentence. Imagine the pardoner arriving in your village. He's a man who exudes a greasy kind of charisma. He smells of stale ale and expensive musk. He carries a velvet bag filled with relics, the knuckle bone of a saint, actually a pig's toe, a piece of the true cross, actually a bit of an old fence, and a stack of indulgences. He stands on a crate in the market square. The air is thick with the smell of roasting meat and unwashed crowds. He speaks of the terrors of purgatory. He describes the flames, the darkness, the eternal weeping. He makes you feel the heat on your skin. "Do you want your grandmother to suffer?" he cries, his voice oily and persuasive. "For just a few groats, you can release her soul today." The sensory detail is the parchment. You hand over your coins, silver you were saving for a new scythe, for your daughter's dowry for the winter. He hands you the indulgence. The vellum is smooth and cold. It smells of old sheepskin and ink. It looks official, with its heavy wax seal. You hold it in your hand, a receipt for a divine favour. You feel a brief moment of relief. You've bought a get-out-of-jail-free card for your soul. But as the pardoner packs up his bag and heads for the tavern, you look at the paper and realise it's just paper. You are poorer, he is drunker, and your grandmother is still exactly where she was. It was a tax on the afterlife, a subscription model for salvation. The church had successfully monetized the fear of the unknown, and while the church was taxing your soul, the local lord was taxing your avarice. This was the draft animal tax. If you owned an ox or a horse, or even a particularly sturdy donkey, the lord could demand its use for his own fields. It was corvée labour, but for your animals. The sensory reality of the avaria was the struggle. It is the crack of dawn. You're trying to plough your own small strip of land. The ox is heavy and stubborn, its breath warm in the morning mist. You feel the tug of the wooden yoke against your shoulders. You're in a race against the rain. Then the bailiff arrives. He unhooks your ox. The Lord needs him today, he says. You watch as your only source of power is led away. Your field remains half ploughed. The rain begins to fall, turning your loose soil into a muddy soup. You are left standing in the furrow, holding a useless wooden handle, listening to the sound of your neighbour's ox, the one who paid the animal exemption fee, continuing to work. It was a tax on productivity, a system that ensured you could never get ahead because the moment you had the tools to succeed, the state took them away. And so, you lie there in the dark, the ward penny paid, the smoke farthing gone, the indulgence tucked under your straw, and your ox in the Lord's stable. You are a unit of the empire, a cell in a giant gold-hungry organism, but the night is long, and tomorrow the honey tax man is coming. The sun rises, a pale, watery disk struggling through the mist that clings to the valley floor. The air is still cold, that biting morning chill that makes your fingers stiff and clumsy. You step out of your hut, the mud crunching slightly under your boots where the frost has hardened the ruts. You can smell wood smoke from the neighbour's fire, illegal smoke probably, and the damp, earthy scent of the fields waiting for you. But today, you aren't heading to the plough. You are heading to the garden, to the row of woven straw baskets sitting on a wooden bench against the south wall, the skeps, the beehives. You approach them carefully. You can hear the low, rhythmic thrumming from inside, a vibration that you feel in your chest more than you hear with your ears. The air around the hive smells intense, a mixture of warm wax, sweet honey, and the sharp, resinous scent of propolis. It is the smell of summer trapped in a basket. But even the bees are not free. Welcome to the honey tax, or more often, the wax rent. In a world without electricity, wax was more valuable than gold to the church and the nobility. Tallow candles, the ones made from animal fat, smelled terrible and smoked. But beeswax candles? They burned clean. They smelled like honey. They were the light of God. So the Lord demanded wax. Imagine the sensory reality of the harvest. You don't have a protective suit. You have a piece of linen wrapped around your face and a lot of courage. You smoke the bees to calm them, the acrid scent of burning rags mixing with the sweetness of the hive. You reach in. The wax is warm, soft, yielding under your fingers. It is sticky. You cut the comb. You can see the golden honey dripping thick and slow. You want to taste it. You want to give it to your children, but you have to measure it first. The bailiff arrives with his scales. He doesn't care if you get stung. He doesn't care if the hive dies over the winter because you took too much. He wants his percentage of the wax. You hand over the comb. Your hands are sticky, coated in the labour of 1,000 insects. You watch as he places it in his basket. The Lord will have light in his castle tonight. The bishop will have candles on the altar, and you will have the stings, the sticky hands, and the darkness. It was a system where the smallest workers in the kingdom, the bees, were essentially serfs to the serfs. But if the bees were the currency of the air, the river held a currency even more slippery: eels. In medieval England, eels weren't just food, they were money. Actual, legal tender. The Domesday Book records thousands of rents paid in sticks of eels. A stick was 25 eels. Imagine your rent day. It isn't a trip to the bank. It is a trip to the river bank at midnight. The sensory experience of the eel tax is wet and cold. You are standing knee-deep in the mud of the River Ouse or the Thames. The water is freezing, seeping through your wool hose, numbing your skin until your legs feel like blocks of wood. The smell is of wet weeds, river slime, and the fishy metallic scent of the water. You are holding a wicker trap, or perhaps a spear. You wait. You feel the slide of something muscular and slimy against your ankle. You strike. Catching an eel is like trying to hold on to a greased rope that hates you. It writhes, it slaps against your hands, cold and slick. You throw it into the basket. It thuds against the others, a mass of twisting black bodies. You need 25 for a stick. You need 10 sticks for a bind. Some rents were thousands of eels. You haul the basket to the manor. It is heavy, dripping river water onto your boots. The eels are still moving, a wet, rustling sound that makes your skin crawl. The steward counts them. He picks them up, his hands becoming as slimy as yours. He checks their size. He rejects the small ones. "Short count," he mutters. "Bring 5 more." You trudge back to the river. The sun is setting. You're wet. You smell like a swamp. You're exhausted. But the Lord loves smoked eel pie during Lent, so you must return to the mud. It was a tax on slime, a tax on the creatures of the deep. It turned the ecosystem into a bank account where the withdrawals were slippery and bit your fingers. But sometimes the tax wasn't on what you caught or grew. It was on who you were, specifically where you were from. The alien subsidy. This sounds like a tax on extraterrestrials, but in the Middle Ages, alien just meant foreigner, and foreigner could mean someone from France, or it could mean someone from the next county over. If you moved to a town where you weren't born to work as a weaver, a brewer, or a merchant, you were viewed with deep suspicion. You were an outsider. And outsiders had to pay for the privilege of breathing local air. Imagine you are a Flemish weaver. You have come to England because the wool is good. You set up your loom. The sound of the shuttle clacking back and forth is the rhythm of your life. Clack thump, clack thump. The smell of raw wool, lanolin and dust fills your small room. You work hard. You make better cloth than the locals. This makes them angry. The tax collector arrives. He speaks to you in a language you barely understand. He demands the alien tax. It is double what the locals pay, sometimes triple. You pay it. You have to. If you don't, they will burn your loom. They will run you out of town. It was a tax on migration, a tax on talent. The system wanted your skills, but it made sure you knew you didn't belong. You were a guest who was being charged for the seat at the table. And speaking of tables, let's go back to the forest for the pannage. This was the tax on pigs, but specifically pigs eating acorns. In the autumn, the oak trees dropped thousands of acorns. To a human, acorns are bitter and hard. To a pig, they are ambrosia. They fatten the pig up for the winter slaughter, but the acorns fell on the Lord's ground. Therefore the calories inside the acorns belong to the Lord. If you wanted to let your pigs roam the woods to eat the mast, acorns and beech nuts, you paid pannage. The sensory detail is the drive. It is October. The leaves are turning gold and russet, crunching underfoot. The air is crisp. You are herding your pigs, loud, squealing, stubborn animals that smell of musk and dirt, into the woods. You watch them root around in the leaf litter. The sound of their chewing is loud, a frantic crunching. They're happy. You're calculating. 1 pig for the Lord for every 10 that get fat, the bailiff says, leaning against a tree watching you. He isn't doing anything. He didn't plant the oak trees, he didn't shake the branches, but he claims the nut. It adds a layer of anxiety to nature. You aren't just watching pigs eat, you're watching a taxable event. You hope they get fat, but not too fat, lest the Lord decide to take the best one for his Christmas feast. It was a system that monetized the life cycle of the oak tree, but the most arbitrary, the most frustrating of all, was the tallage. The word comes from the French tailor, to cut, and that's exactly what it was, a cut. Unlike the tithe, fixed at 10%, or the rent, fixed by custom, tallage was arbitrary. The Lord could levy it whenever he felt like it. I need money for a new horse, the Lord says. Tallage. My daughter is getting married. Tallage. I lost a bet. Tallage. There was no schedule. There was no warning. The sensory experience of tallage is the knock. You're sitting at dinner, you have a little money saved in a pot buried under the floorboards, your secret stash for a rainy day. You hear the heavy thud of a fist on your door. It isn't a polite knock, it is the knock of authority. You open it. The bailiff is there. He looks bored. Tallage, he says. The Lord demands a mark from every household. A mark is a fortune. It is 13 shillings and 4 pence. It is everything in the pot. You dig up the floor. The dirt is cool and damp under your fingernails. You pull out the coins. They are warm from being near the hearth. You hand them over. The door closes. The room is silent. The safety net you spent 5 years building is gone in 5 minutes. It creates a sense of permanent insecurity. You can never relax. You can never plan. Because at any moment, the cut can come. And as you sit there staring at the loose dirt, where your savings used to be, listening to the wind, smelling the pigs you paid to feed, feeling the sticky residue of the wax you paid to harvest, you realize that the medieval world is a machine designed to keep you exactly where you are. But the night isn't over. The taxes on the living are bad. But the taxes on the very tools of your trade, those are the ones that break your spirit. Let's talk about the fuller's earth and the tax on chemistry. The tax on chemistry sounds sophisticated, like something involving beakers and laboratories. But in the medieval world, chemistry happened in a vat, usually with your feet, and it involved mud. Welcome to the monopoly on fuller's earth. Wool was the oil of the Middle Ages. It was the commodity that built nations, funded wars, and clothed Europe. But raw wool is greasy. It is full of lanolin, dirt, and burrs. To make it into cloth, it has to be fulled, cleaned, and thickened. To do this, you needed 2 things: urine, which we already know the emperor taxed, and a specific type of clay called fuller's earth. This clay was miraculous. It sucked the grease right out of the wool. If you were a fuller, your life was a rhythm of stomping. You stood in a vat, knee-deep in a mixture of water, stale urine, and this special clay, marching in place for hours. The sensation was heavy, suctioning against your skin. The smell was sharp, chemical, and earthy. Your legs ached. Your feet were permanently stained. But the king knew the value of that clay. He forbade its export. He controlled the pits where it was dug. He taxed the movement of the earth itself. Imagine the absurdity. You're a craftsman. You're essentially doing laundry on an industrial scale. You need dirt to do your job, just a specific kind of crumbly, absorbent dirt. And the crown steps in and says, that dirt is a strategic asset. You pay to dig it. You pay to move it. You pay to use it. The very ground you use to clean the king's cloak is taxed before it even touches the fabric. It was a reminder that in an economy based on commodities, even the mud wasn't free. But if the king claiming the mud outside was bad, imagine him claiming the dirt inside your house, under your bed, the saltpeter men. This wasn't a tax you paid with a coin, it was a tax you paid with your privacy and your floorboards. By the late medieval and early modern period, warfare had changed. Gunpowder had arrived, and gunpowder needed 3 ingredients: charcoal, easy, sulfur, buyable, and saltpeter, potassium nitrate. Saltpeter doesn't grow on trees, it grows in soil rich in organic waste, stables, dovecotes, and, unfortunately, the dirt floors of peasant cottages where people and animals had lived for generations. The Crown granted saltpeter men the right to enter any property, anywhere, at any time to dig for nitrates. The sensory experience of a visit from the saltpeter men is a violation. You are sitting at your table eating your evening pottage. The door opens. No knock. 3 men enter with shovels and picks. They smell of earth and authority. They don't look at you. They look at your floor. "We are here for the king's niter," the leader says. They start digging, right there in your living room. They pry up the hard-packed earth. The smell hits you, a musty, acrid scent of old decomposition, the history of your house being turned over. Dust fills the air, coating your food, your clothes, your hair. They dig a pit 3 feet deep. They test the soil by tasting it. Yes, really, to see if it has the sharp, salty tang of nitrate. If it does, they shovel it into carts. They leave you with a hole in your floor. They don't pay you for the dirt. They don't fix the floor. They just leave. You're left standing on the edge of a crater in your own home, the cold draft coming up from the ground, the structural integrity of your house compromised. Also, the king can blow up a castle in France. It was the ultimate intrusion. The state literally undermining your foundation to fuel its wars. But sometimes the state didn't want your dirt. It wanted your social climbing, the distraint of knighthood. This is one of the most cynical taxes in history. We tend to think of knighthood as an honour, something bestowed by a king with a sword tap on the shoulder. "Arise, Sir Galahad." But in reality, being a knight was expensive. You had to buy armour, horses, weapons. You had to travel. You had to fight. You had to host banquets. Most sensible landowners didn't want to be knights. They just wanted to grow turnips and stay alive. So, the kings, especially King Charles I of England, who turned this into an art form, looked at the census. They found anyone who had income over a certain amount, usually $40 a year in land, and said, "Congratulations, you're rich enough to be a knight." "But I don't want to be a knight," you say. "I have a bad back, I hate horses, I'm a pacifist." "That is a shame," the king says, "because if you refuse the honour, you must pay a massive fine." This was the distraint of knighthood, a fine for not being a hero. The sensory reality was the summons. You receive a parchment with the royal seal. It looks fancy. It feels heavy. You open it. It tells you to present yourself at the coronation to be knighted. You panic. You look at your bank account. Buying a suit of plate armour costs as much as a small farm. The armour is heavy, cold steel that pinches and chafes. The helmet limits your vision. The horse is a terrifying beast that eats money. You do the math. The fine is cheaper than the armour, so you go to the court. You stand in a line with hundreds of other reluctant, almost knights. You pay the fine. You go home, relieved, but lighter in the purse. The king never wanted you to be a knight. He didn't need 1,000 middle-aged farmers with swords. He needed the cash. He used the concept of honour as a weapon to extract wealth. It was a tax on success. If you did well enough to rise above the peasantry, the king was there to knock you back down a peg, charging you for a title you never asked for. But the most bizarre taxes were the ones that tried to regulate the unregulatable, like the beard token we mentioned, or the wig tax. In 1795, as hair powder, made of starch and perfume, became popular, the British government taxed it. Hair powder was essential for the upper classes. It made wigs look white and clean, hiding the fact that they were often made of horsehair and infested with lice. It smelled of lavender or orange blossom. It was a cloud of artificial purity. The tax killed the fashion. People stopped powdering their hair. The guinea pigtails, men who paid the guinea tax to wear their hair in a queue, became a rare sight. The sensory change was visual. The courts and the streets became darker. The bright white heads of the aristocracy faded back to natural browns and greys. The smell of the crowd changed from perfumed starch to, well, just humans again. It was a tax that changed the colour palette of a nation. But let's go back to the water, because if the river was taxed, surely the sea was free. The ship money. Traditionally, coastal towns had to provide ships for the king's navy during wartime. It made sense. They had the boats, they had the sailors. But King Charles I, the same genius behind the knighthood fines, decided to extend this tax to inland towns, and during peacetime. Imagine you live in a town in the middle of England. You're 100 miles from the ocean. You've never seen the sea. You don't know what a ship looks like, other than a vague drawing in a Bible. The tax collector arrives. Ship money, he demands. But we have no ships, you say. We have sheep. The king needs a navy to protect you from pirates, he says vaguely. You pay. You're paying for a boat that doesn't exist to fight an enemy that isn't attacking in an ocean you will never visit. It was the final straw for many. It was one of the taxes that started the English Civil War. It was the moment people realised that taxation had become theft with a crown on it. But there is one tax that feels almost modern in its pettiness. The clock tax had failed. The hat tax had failed. So they tried the glove tax. In 1785, Britain taxed gloves, but only leather gloves. The result? People started wearing mittens, or cloth gloves, or they just cut the fingers off their gloves and claimed they were hand coverings. The sensory detail is the cold. It is winter. You're walking to church. You're wearing woolen mittens because leather is too expensive. You can't grip anything properly. Your hands are clumsy. You feel like a child. It illustrates the game of cat and mouse. The government targets a specific item. The people change their habits. The government targets the new habit. The people change again. It is an endless dance of avoidance. But amidst all these absurdities, the windowless houses, the unpowdered hair, the fingerless gloves, there was one tax that struck at the heart of medieval identity. The heret. Not the heriot, the death tax, but the tax on Jewish people, the Jewish tally. In medieval England, before the expulsion in 1290 and across Europe, Jewish communities were considered the direct property of the king. They were chattels of the crown. They were taxed at a rate that was staggering, sometimes 30% of their assets, sometimes 50%. The tallage of the Jews was a specific, targeted extraction of wealth. The sensory reality of this was the exchequer of the Jews, a specific room in the government buildings dedicated solely to counting this money, the sound of the abacus clicking, the scratch of the quill on the tally sticks, pieces of wood with notches carved in them to record debts. It was a tax on existence, a tax on faith, a tax on being the other, and when the king had taken everything they had, he expelled them. He killed the goose that laid the golden egg simply because he wanted the gold now. It is a dark reminder that taxation in the medieval world wasn't just about revenue, it was a weapon. It was a way to define who belonged and who didn't. And as you lay in your bed, the one sitting over the hole the saltpeter men dug, you realise that your safety depends entirely on your ability to pay. You're not a citizen, you're a source of revenue. But wait. There is a knocking at the door again. Is it the tallage? The hearthman? No, it is the corvée, the roadwork. You don't have to pay money this time. You have to pay with your body, the corvée. The word sounds almost elegant, French, sophisticated. But the reality is sweat, aching muscles, and the indignity of forced labour. The roads of medieval Europe were, as we established, terrible. Mud pits in winter, dust bowls in summer, but someone had to fix them. And that someone was you. Under the corvée system, peasants were legally required to work a certain number of days per year on public infrastructure, roads, bridges, ditches, for free. Imagine the sensory experience. It is July. The sun is a relentless hammer beating down on your neck. The air shimmers with heat. You're standing on the King's Highway, holding a shovel. Your own fields need tending. Your wheat is ripening, golden and heavy, waiting for the scythe, but you cannot harvest it. You're digging a ditch. The soil is hard, baked by the sun. Every strike of the pickaxe sends a shockwave up your arms, vibrating in your teeth. Dust coats your tongue, gritty and dry. You're thirsty, but the water in the communal barrel is warm and tastes of the wood. The road you are fixing is mostly used by merchants, knights, and the king's messengers. People who ride horses, people who sit in carts. You walk. You don't need a smooth road. Your boots are tough, but you are sweating to smooth the path for the wheels of the wealthy. The overseer watches. He sits in the shade of an oak tree, fanning himself with a broad leaf. He's there to ensure you don't slack off. If you stop to wipe your brow, he shouts. If you lean on your shovel, he threatens a fine. It is labour theft. The state is stealing your time, your energy, your calories. And in a subsistence economy, calories are currency. Every hour you spend fixing the road is an hour you aren't growing food for your children. But the corvée wasn't just for roads. In France, it was used for everything. Transporting military supplies, harvesting the Lord's grapes, cleaning the castle moat. Imagine the moat cleaning duty. The smell alone is a weapon. You are standing waist-deep in stagnant water, green with algae and brown with sewage. You are dredging up muck with a bucket. The stench of rotting vegetation and human waste clings to your skin, permeates your clothes. You will smell like the moat for weeks. And you are doing this so the Lord can have a nice view from his window. But if the corvée stole your time, the mortmain stole your legacy. Mortmain, literally our dead hand. This was a law designed to stop people from giving land to the church. Why? Because the church never died. In the feudal system, the king got paid when land changed hands. When a noble died and his son inherited, the son paid a relief tax. But if the land was given to a monastery, the monastery never died. The abbot might die, but the institution lived on. The land never changed hands. The king never got his tax. So, the land was held in the dead hand of the church. To stop this, the king passed the statutes of mortmain. You couldn't give land to the church without a royal license, and that license cost money. The sensory detail here is the will. You are lying on your deathbed. The room is dim, lit by a single expensive beeswax candle, taxed. The priest is there, whispering in your ear about the fires of hell. He tells you that giving your best field to the abbey will save your soul. You want to do it. You want to be saved. But the king's lawyer is there too. He reminds you of the mortmain. If you give the land, the king will take a huge fine from your family. Your children will be destitute. You are caught between the fear of hell and the fear of the crown. The parchment of your will crinkles under your trembling hand. The smell of the sick room, herbs, sweat, sickness, is suffocating. It was a tax on your final wish, a battle between the eternal and the temporal fought over the dirt of your farm. But let's move from the dirt to the water again, because the absurdity of medieval taxation knew no bounds. The right of wreck. If a ship crashed on the shore of a lord's land, everything that washed up belonged to the lord. Everything. The cargo, the timber, the gold, even if the sailor survived. Imagine you're a merchant. You have sailed from Bordeaux with a cargo of fine wine. A storm hits. Your ship is smashed against the rocks of Cornwall. You're thrown into the freezing surf. You fight for your life, swallowing salt water, battered by debris. You drag yourself onto the sand, gasping, half drowned. You look up. The local lord is there with his men. They are collecting your barrels of wine. Thank God, you think, they are saving my goods. Mine, the lord says. But I am alive, you protest. The ship is a wreck, he replies. The law says wrecks belong to me. In some places, the law stated that if any living creature, man, dog or cat, escaped the ship alive, it wasn't a wreck, and the owner could claim his goods. This led to a dark incentive. Some coastal lords, and certainly some wreckers, were not keen on finding survivors. If a man washed up alive, he was an inconvenience to the profit margin. The sensory horror of the right of wreck is the sound of the storm masking the silence of the beach. You're watching your livelihood being carted away by men who did nothing to earn it, while you shiver in your soaked clothes, lucky to be alive but ruined. It turned disaster into a windfall for the elite. And speaking of windfalls, let's talk about treasure trove. If you found gold or silver buried in the ground and no one knew who the owner was, it belonged to the king. Imagine you are digging a new latrine pit. Your shovel hits something hard. Clang. You scrape away the dirt. It is a pot. You break the seal. Inside there are Roman coins. Gold. Heavy. Shining. Beautiful gold. Your heart races. This is it. This is freedom. You can buy your way out of serfdom. You can buy a horse. You can buy a window license. But you can't tell anyone. If the sheriff finds out, he takes it all. The sensory experience of treasure trove is paranoia. You rebury the pot. You look over your shoulder. You start spending the coins one by one, terrified that someone will ask where you got them. The gold feels hot in your pocket like a burning coal. You can't enjoy your luck because the king owns luck itself. But surely there was one thing the king couldn't tax, one thing that was purely, wonderfully useless. Beards? No, we did that. Hats? No. What about cowardice? Yes. The cowardice tax. King Henry the Fun of England, and later others, introduced a tax called scutage, which we mentioned as shield money. But in its earliest, rawest form, it was explicitly a fine for cowardice. If you refused to fight not because you were busy, but because you were scared, or because you disagreed with the war, you paid. It was a tax on pacifism, or a tax on self-preservation. The king monetized the human instinct to run away from sharp objects, but the taxes didn't stop at the border of the physical world. They extended into the realm of the imaginary, the ghost tax. In pre-Christian and early Christian traditions in various parts of Europe, people would leave food out for the dead, the soul cakes, the church seeing this. Waste of food decided to regulate it. You were encouraged to give the food to the poor, good, or to the church, convenient, in exchange for prayers for the dead. It wasn't a formal tax, but a cultural shifting of resources. The soul scot we mentioned earlier was part of this. The dead needed assets to navigate the afterlife, and the church was the travel agent. But let's end this section with the most famous, most hated, most revolution-sparking tax of all time. The one that makes the poll tax look reasonable. The tea tax. Wait, that's later. That's America. Let's stick to the medieval spirit. The Groot. Before hops became the standard bittering agent for beer, brewers used a mixture of herbs called gruit. Bog myrtle, yarrow, wild rosemary. The church, specifically the local bishop or monastery, often held the monopoly on gruit. They mixed the herbs in secret. They sold the mixture to brewers at a high price. If you tried to use hops, which grew wild and were free, the church banned them. They called hops the wicked weed because it threatened their gruit monopoly. Imagine the sensory detail. You are a brewer. You have found a vine of hops growing on a fence. You crush the cone in your hand. It smells piney, citrusy, fresh. It preserves beer longer than gruit. But you can't use it. You have to buy the bishop's bag of dried, dusty herbs. The beer you make with gruit is sweeter, heavier, and goes bad faster. It is inferior, but it is authorized. It was a tax on flavour, a tax on innovation. And as you drink your gruit ale sitting by your blocked-up window in your brick-filled house with your unpowdered hair, you raise a toast to the system. To the king, you whisper. May he never find out I have a second pig. But he will. The panage man is always watching. The gruit has left a bitter taste in your mouth, but perhaps that is fitting. Bitterness is the prevailing flavour of the age. But as you set down your cup, you hear a sound in the distance, not the wind, not the tax collector's knock, a horn, low, mournful, echoing off the hills. In the north of England, this sound means one thing. The Scots are coming, or the Vikings are coming, or someone with an axe is coming. But the horn also signals the arrival of the Danegeld. The Danegeld is the grandfather of all zombie taxes. It is the tax that refuses to die long after its purpose has rotted away. Centuries ago, the Vikings, great bearded men smelling of salt spray and old leather, landed on the coast. They burned monasteries. They stole gold. They terrified the population. The English kings, realizing they couldn't win every battle, decided to pay them to go away. They collected massive amounts of silver from the peasantry. They loaded it onto the longships. The Vikings took the money, sailed home, bought nice farms in Norway, and then came back next year for more. Because that is how extortion works. But here is the absurdity. Eventually the Vikings stopped coming, or they conquered England and became the kings. Looking at you, Knut. The threat was gone. Did the tax stop? Absolutely not. The king looked at the Danegeld revenue stream and thought, well, I'm used to this money now. So centuries later, you're still paying the Dane gold. You're paying protection money to protect you from an enemy that hasn't existed for 300 years. The sensory experience of the Danegeld is the weight of history pressing on your wallet. You hand over the silver. It is heavy, cold. You look at the sea. It is empty. There are no dragon prows on the horizon. There is only the grey water and the seagulls. But you're still paying for the ghost of a Viking. It teaches you a valuable lesson about government. Temporary measures are never temporary if they generate revenue. But if the Danegeld taxed your fear, the Statute of Labourers taxed your success. This is 1351. The Black Death has just swept through Europe. It was a horror show. Bubobs, fever, death. The smell of rotting bodies in the streets was so thick you could taste it. Half the population died. But for the survivors, there was a silver lining, a grim, morbid silver lining. Labour was scarce. There were fewer peasants to plough the fields. Suddenly, you were valuable. You, the lowly ploughman, could walk up to the Lord and say, "I want a raise. The Lord next door is offering double." And for a brief, glorious moment, wages skyrocketed. Peasants ate meat. They bought colourful hoods. They felt the power of supply and demand. The nobility panicked. They saw the natural order crumbling. They saw peasants wearing velvet. They saw the great chain of being rattling. So the king passed the Statute of Labourers. It didn't tax your income. It capped it. It made it illegal to pay a peasant more than they earned before the plague. It made it illegal to accept higher wages. It made it illegal to move to another village to find better work. Imagine the frustration. You know you are worth more. The harvest is rotting in the field because there aren't enough hands. The Lord is desperate. He wants to pay you more. But the law says he can't. If you accept the higher wage, you are fined. You are branded with the letter F for falsity on your forehead. The sensory reality of this is the burning iron. You're a good worker. You just wanted a fair price for your sweat, and for that, you smell your own skin cooking. You feel the searing heat of the brand. You carry the scar for the rest of your life, a permanent receipt for the crime of knowing your own worth. It was a maximum wage, a tax on upward mobility, a desperate attempt to freeze time and pretend the plague never happened. But the nobility didn't just want to control your wages, they wanted to control your grief. Let's talk about the sin eater. This wasn't a tax paid to the state, but a transaction paid to a social outcast. When someone died, it was believed their unconfessed sins remained attached to their body. To clean the soul before it went to purgatory, the family would hire a sin eater, usually a beggar, a social pariah living in the woods. The sensory ritual is grotesque. The corpse is laid out on the table. It is stiff, waxy, smelling of death and herbs. A loaf of bread and a bowl of ale are placed on the dead man's chest. The family believes the bread absorbs the sins. The sin eater enters. He is ragged, dirty, smelling of the wild. He stands over the body. He eats the bread. He drinks the ale. He is literally eating the sins of the dead. The family pays him a small coin, a sixpence. He takes it and leaves quickly because he is now considered polluted. He has the dead man's drunkenness, his lust, his greed inside him. It's a transaction of spiritual waste management. You are paying a man to be a metaphysical garbage can. But let's return to the world of the living and the free bench. This is a specific local custom regarding widows, found in parts of England like Berkshire and Devon. If a husband died, his widow usually inherited the rights to his land, copyhold. This was called her free bench. But if she was caught having an affair or remarrying without the Lord's permission, she lost the land. However, there was a loophole, a way to get the land back. She had to ride into the manorial court, on a ram, backward, holding the tail. Imagine the scene. The court is packed with villagers. The air smells of sawdust and judgment. The widow enters. She's sitting facing the rear of a sheep. She's gripping the dirty matted wool of the tail. The animal is bleating, skittish, smelling of lanolin and fear. She has to recite a humiliating rhyme confessing her sin. Here I am, riding upon a black ram like a whore as I am. The crowd laughs. The steward smirks. If she completes the ride and the rhyme, she gets her land back. It was a tax paid in dignity. The Lord didn't want money. He wanted a show. He wanted to assert his power by turning a woman's survival into a public farce. it highlights a cruel truth of the era. The law was often less about justice and more about entertainment for the powerful. And while the widow rode the ram, the merchant rode the staple, the wool staple. Wool was the main export of England. So, the king decided that all wool had to be sold through specific towns called staple towns. Calais, in France but English-controlled, was the big one. You couldn't just sell your wool to a French merchant who pulled up to your dock. That would be efficient. No, you had to cart your wool all the way to the staple town. You had to pay the staple tax. You had to use the staple weights, which were often rigged. The sensory detail is the bottleneck. Thousands of sacks of wool piled up in one town. The smell of raw fleece is overwhelming, greasy, musky, heavy. The streets are clogged with carts. The king did this so he could tax it easily. He funneled the entire economy through a single gate so he could stand there with his hand out. It made wool expensive. It slowed down trade. It hurt the farmers, but it filled the king's chest. But perhaps the most invasive tax of all was the one that targeted the very sound of the village. The cornage, also known as newtgeld or horngeld. In the borderlands between England and Scotland, or in cattle-heavy areas, lords taxed cows based on their horns. If your cow had horns, you paid. The sensory reality? Farmers started breeding cows without horns, or, in darker moments, they sawed them off. Imagine the barn. The cow is tied up. The saw grates against the bone of the horn. The animal bellows in pain and fear. The smell of bone dust, chalky and burnt, fills the air. You're mutilating your livestock to save a few pennies. The cow looks strange now, defenceless, but it is tax efficient. It is a perfect example of how tax policy shapes biology. The landscape changed, the animals changed, all to fit the ledger. And finally, for this section, let's look at the tax on names. In 1694, the registration tax was introduced in England. It taxed births, marriages, and burials. We've covered those. But it also taxed entries in the parish register. To avoid the tax, some parents delayed baptizing their children, or they didn't register them at all. This created a generation of ghost children. Legally, they didn't exist. If they grew up, they had trouble proving who they were. They couldn't inherit. They couldn't marry legally. The sensory detail is the silence of the record. You open the heavy, leather-bound parish register. The pages smell of mould and old ink. You look for your name. It isn't there. You're standing in the church where you were born, but the book says you were never here. You were too expensive to write down. You're a biological fact, but a bureaucratic fiction. And as the night deepens and the wind from the Danegeld blows, and the silence of the ghost children settles over the village, you realize that in the medieval world, you only exist if you pay. But what happens when you run out of things to pay with? When you run out of things to pay with, you pay with your freedom. Welcome to the concept of debt bondage, or, as the medieval peasant knew it, Tuesday. In a world without bankruptcy protection, debt wasn't just a financial state, it was a physical trap. If you owed the lord money, perhaps because you couldn't pay the tallage or the multure or the merchant, you didn't just get a bad credit score, you became a bondsman. You pledged your labour until the debt was paid. But here's the trick. The interest rates were often unwritten, arbitrary, and mathematically impossible. The lord decided the value of your labour. You owe me 10 shillings, the lord says. You will work it off at a rate of 1 penny a day, but he charges you 2 pennies a day for the food you eat while working for him. You're digging yourself deeper into the hole with every swing of the scythe. The sensory experience of debt is heaviness. Your limbs feel leaden. The sun feels hotter. The field seems endless. You aren't working for a future harvest. You're working for a past mistake. The bread you eat tastes like ashes because you know you're paying double for it. You're a hamster on a wheel made of feudal contracts. But sometimes the debt wasn't even yours. The frank pledge. This was a system of collective responsibility. Every man in a village was grouped into a tithing, a group of 10 men. If one man in your tithing committed a crime or ran away without paying his debts, the other 9 had to pay for him. Imagine the neighbourly relations. You're watching your neighbour. Let's call him Thomas. Thomas likes to drink. Thomas has a shifty look in his eye. Thomas owes the miller money. You don't sleep. You watch Thomas's door. You listen for the sound of him packing a bag in the night. The smell of his cooking fire makes you anxious. If Thomas leaves, you lose your cow. It turned every village into a surveillance state. You weren't neighbours, you were co-signers on a loan you never asked for. The sensory reality of the frank pledge is the twitch. Every time a dog barks at night, you wake up. Is it Thomas? Is he running? You get up. You check the lane. The cold air hits your face. You see a shadow. You grab your stick. You are policing your own friends to save your own skin. The king didn't need a police force. He outsourced it to your anxiety. But let's step away from the village for a moment and look at the forest again. Because the king didn't just tax the animals, he taxed the trees, the assart. This was a fine for turning forest into farmland. The population was growing before the plague. People needed food. They looked at the king's forest, useless, full of trees and deer, and thought, if I cut down those trees, I could grow wheat. So they did. They assarted the land. They grubbed up the roots. They ploughed the soil. They planted crops. And then the forest court fined them. But here is the cynical brilliance of the assart. The king didn't make them put the trees back. He realized that a field of wheat paid more rent than a patch of brambles. So the fine became a rent. He allowed you to keep the farm, but you paid a penalty every year forever. The sensory detail is the stump. You are ploughing your new field. The plough hits a root left over from the forest. Thud. The ox stumbles. You curse. That root is a reminder that this land used to be wild, and the coin you pay every Michaelmas is a reminder that your hard work, your clearing, your sweating, your digging, was technically a crime. You are farming a crime scene. And speaking of crimes, let's look at the deodand. This is one of the strangest legal concepts in history. If an object caused a person's death, that object was deodand, given to God. In practice, it was given to the king. Imagine you're a carter. You're driving your wagon. The wheel breaks. The wagon tips over. It crushes your brother who was walking beside it. It is a tragedy. You are grieving. The coroner arrives. He looks at the body. He looks at the wagon. The wagon moved to the death, he says. The wagon is deodand. It belongs to the king. They take your wagon. They take your horse, if the horse moved. They take the wheel. You have lost your brother, and now you've lost your livelihood. The object itself is blamed. It is treated as if it had a murderous soul. The sensory reality is the emptiness of the stable. The horse is gone. The wagon is gone. The smell of hay and horse sweat lingers, a ghost of the assets you used to own. You're left with nothing but grief and the knowledge that the king has profited from your loss. It was a tax on accidents, a way to monetize misfortune. But the king didn't just profit from death. He profited from life. Specifically, the chaotic, messy life of the marketplace, the pea-powder court. This sounds delightful, like a court made of pastry. But pea powder comes from the French pieds poudrées, dusty feet. It was a special temporary court set up in markets and fairs to deal with disputes instantly. Because merchants, with their dusty feet from travelling, couldn't wait for the slow royal courts. It sounds efficient. And it was. But it was also a revenue machine. If you sold a bad apple, fine. If you insulted a customer, fine. If your stall was an inch over the line, fine. The sensory experience of the pie powder court is speed. It is held in a booth right there in the noise of the fair. The judge sits on a barrel. He shouts over the sound of jugglers and livestock. He doesn't care about justice. He cares about clearing the docket. Guilty. 5 shillings. Next. You pay. You have dust on your feet, sweat on your brow, and a lighter purse. The court moves as fast as the money changes hands. It is justice as a transaction. But let's move to a tax that targeted the very defence of the realm, the castle guard. This was a tax paid by knights who didn't want to stand guard on the castle walls. Standing guard is boring. It is cold. The stone battlements suck the heat out of your boots. The wind cuts through your cloak. You stare at the horizon for hours, watching for an enemy that never comes. So, knights paid to get out of it. But the lords realised something. They didn't actually need that many guards. They could hire a few mercenaries for cheap and pocket the rest of the castle guard money. So, the tax became a rent, a permanent fee attached to the land. Imagine you're a knight. You live in a manor house. You have never stood on a castle wall in your life, but every year you pay castle guard. You're paying a salary to a ghost soldier. You're funding a phantom garrison. The sensory detail is the disconnect. You're sitting by your fire, warm and safe. You hand the coins to the bailiff. Those coins are supposed to pay for a man to shiver on a wall in Dover. But you know, deep down, that the wall is empty. The wind is the only sentry. And finally, for this section, let's look at the scavenge. This was a toll charged by the City of London and others on merchant strangers for the showing of their goods. Basically, if you brought goods into the city, you had to unpack them so the official could look at them, and you paid for the privilege of him looking. The scavengers, originally show viewers, were the officials. Later their job evolved into street cleaning, hence the modern word. But originally they were tax inspectors. The sensory reality of the scavenge is the unpacking. You've packed your cart carefully. The ceramics are wrapped in straw. The silks are folded in oilcloth. It took you hours. The scavenger arrives at the gate. "Open it," he says. You unpack. The straw blows away in the wind. The silk gets dusted with street grit. He pokes at your goods with dirty hands. He nods. That's fine. 2 shillings. You have to repack everything. The goods are never quite the same. The silk has a smudge. The straw is loose. You have paid a man to inconvenience you. You have paid a tax on his curiosity. And as you drive your cart into the city, listening to the wheels rattle on the cobblestones, paid for by pavage, passing the dark windows, window tax, smelling the unwashed crowds, soap tax, you realise that the city isn't a place of opportunity. It is a machine that eats effort and excretes coins for the king. But the sun is setting. The curfew bell is about to ring. And yes, the curfew is a tax too, or at least a fine waiting to happen. The bell tolls, a heavy brazen sound that echoes across the city rooftops, bouncing off the timber-framed houses and the stone walls. Clang, clang, clang. It is the curfew bell. The word comes from the French couvre-feu, cover fire. Originally it was a fire safety regulation. In a city made of wood and straw, leaving a fire burning unattended at night was a recipe for disaster. So, When the bell rang, you were legally required to bank your fire, cover the embers with ash to dampen them for the night. But like everything in the Middle Ages, it evolved into a tool of control. If you were found wandering the streets after curfew, you weren't just unsafe, you were a criminal. The night watch would stop you. Imagine the sensory experience. The streets are pitch black, no streetlights, and remember, candles are taxed. You are hurrying home. You hear footsteps, heavy boots on cobblestones, the clanking of a lantern. Halt! Who goes there? The watchman holds up his lantern. The light blinds you for a moment. He smells of ale and boredom. He demands to know why you are out. If you don't have a good reason, and I was visiting a friend is not a good reason, you're fined, or thrown into the roundhouse, a temporary lockup until morning. The curfew transformed the night. It turned the city into a prison after dark. The silence that fell over the town wasn't peaceful. It was enforced. It was the silence of people hiding in their own homes, listening to the footsteps of the watch, hoping they wouldn't stop at their door. And speaking of doors, let's talk about the quartering of soldiers. This wasn't a tax paid in money. It was a tax paid in space, food, and privacy. Kings didn't have barracks. When the army marched, the soldiers had to sleep somewhere. That somewhere was your house. Imagine the knock. It is loud, aggressive. You open the door. A sergeant stands there. Behind him are 3 soldiers. They are muddy, bloody, and loud. They smell of sweat, wet wool, and old iron. King's men, the sergeant says, they sleep here. They take your bed, they eat your food, they drink your ale, they sharpen their swords on your whetstone. They look at your daughter. You have to serve them. You have to feed them. You're not paid. The sensory intrusion is total. Your home is no longer your sanctuary. It smells of strangers. It sounds of rough laughter and sharpening steel. The air is thick with tension. You sleep on the floor in the corner, clutching your remaining possessions, praying they leave before they take everything. It was a tax on hospitality, a forced invasion of the domestic sphere. But the king didn't just want your house. He wanted your information. The spy tax. Okay, it wasn't called that. It was called the intelligence fund or secret service money. But the money came from the general treasury, which came from you. The king needed to know what his enemies were doing, so he hired spies. But he also encouraged a culture of informing. If you reported a neighbour for tax evasion, you got a cut of the fine. It turned the community against itself. The sensory reality was the whisper. You stop talking when certain people enter the tavern. You lower your voice. You look over your shoulder. The air in the village is thick with suspicion. Is the baker watching me? Is the smith listening? It corrodes trust. It makes every interaction a potential transaction. But let's move to something more tangible, something you can hold. The alnager. This was the official inspector of cloth. If you wove a piece of cloth to sell, the alnager had to measure it and stamp it with a lead seal. He charged a fee for the measuring and a fee for the seal. But here is the trick. The alnager often bought his position from the king. He paid a lump sum to be the alnager, so to make his money back he had to be aggressive. He would measure your cloth short. He would find faults that weren't there. He would demand bribes to pass your goods. The sensory detail is the seal. You hand him your bolt of wool. You spent weeks spinning and weaving it. It smells of lanolin and care. He unrolls it roughly on a dirty table. He measures it with a wooden rod that looks suspiciously short. 2 yards short, he says. Impossible, you say. He shrugs. He holds up the lead seal and the hammer. He waits. You hand him a coin, a bribe. He smiles. He hammers the seal onto the cloth. Thud. The lead bites into the fabric. It is approved. You have paid a tax on corruption. And while the alnagar measured your cloth, the clerk of the market measured your food. We talked about the size of bread, but the clerk checked everything. Weights, measures, quality. If your bushel basket was too small, fine. If your yardstick was too short, fine. If your fish smelled unwholesome, fine. But the clerk was a travelling official. He moved with the king's court. When the king came to town, the clerk came too, and he had ambit. His jurisdiction extended for miles around the king's presence. Suddenly, every market stall within 12 miles of the king was subject to intense predatory scrutiny. The sensory experience was the panic. The king is coming. Hide the small baskets. Hide the old fish. The market transforms. Prices go up. To cover the bribes. The atmosphere becomes tense. The king's visit isn't a celebration. It is an economic natural disaster. But the most bizarre medieval tax was the Peter's pence. This was a tax of 1 penny per household, paid directly to the Pope in Rome. Imagine the logistics. A peasant in Yorkshire, shivering in the rain, hands a penny to a priest. That penny travels to York, then to London, then across the Channel, through France, over the Alps, and into the vaults of the Vatican. The peasant has never seen Rome. He doesn't know where it is, but he knows that if he doesn't pay, the Pope will be angry. It was an international wire transfer system powered by gilt and donkeys. The sensory reality is the distance. You hold the penny. It is stamped with the king's face, but it is going to a man you have never met, who speaks a language you don't understand, in a city made of marble while you live in mud. It connects you to a global system of power, but only as a payer. But let's end this section with the tax that targeted the very symbol of medieval life. The chimney tax. We mentioned the hearth tax, fumage, but the chimney tax was its sophisticated cousin. In 1662, England introduced a tax of 2 shillings for every hearth or stove. The collectors were ruthless. They had the legal right to enter your house to count the fireplaces. Just checking, they would say, walking into your bedroom. People hated them. They called them chimney men. There were riots. People threw stones at them. But the sensory result was architectural. People stopped building chimneys. They went back to open fires in the centre of the room, letting the smoke drift out through the roof. Or they demolished their extra fireplaces. Imagine the cold. You have a fireplace in the bedroom. It is winter. The chimney man is coming. You brick it up. That night you lie in bed. You can see your breath. The room is freezing, but you save 2 shillings. You are shivering in the dark, listening to the wind, smelling the smoke from the single allowed fire downstairs, and you realize the history of architecture is the history of tax evasion. The mansard roof, invented to avoid taxes on stories. Rooms in the roof didn't count. The narrow houses of Amsterdam, invented to avoid taxes on frontage width. The bricked-up windows of London, window tax. The world we see, the buildings, the streets, the clothes, is shaped by the desperate need to hide money from the king. And as the curfew bell stops ringing, and the silence of the taxed night settles over the city, you close your eyes. You dream of a world where the air is free, the water is free, and the only thing you have to pay for is what you actually buy. But that world is a long way off. Because tomorrow, the saltpeter men might come back, and this time they might want the dirt under the barn. The sun has not yet risen, but the market day has begun. You're standing in the shadows of the town gate, shivering slightly in the pre-dawn damp. You have a few coins in your purse clinking softly against your hip. But before you spend them, you take one out and look at it in the faint grey light. It is a silver penny, or at least it's supposed to be, but the edges are jagged. The circle is not a circle, it is a rough, uneven polygon. It looks like someone has been chewing on it, and in a way, they have. Welcome to the world of coin clipping. In the medieval economy, the value of a coin was determined by the amount of precious metal in it. A silver penny was worth a penny because it contained a penny's worth of silver, but unscrupulous people and desperate people figured out that if they shaved a tiny sliver of silver off the edge of the coin, they could keep the shavings. If you clipped enough coins, you could melt the shavings down and make a new coin. Free money. But this meant that every time a coin passed through a hand, it got a little smaller, a little lighter. The sensory reality of medieval money is disappointment. You're selling a sack of wool. The merchant hands you a pile of pennies. You weigh them in your hand. They feel wrong. They feel airy. You know that if you try to use them to pay your taxes, the sheriff will weigh them, laugh, and demand more. These are light, you say. Take them or leave them, the merchant replies. He knows you have no choice. The king hated clippers. He viewed them as thieves stealing directly from his face, since his portrait was on the coin. The punishment was brutal. Men were hanged. Women were burned. But the ultimate irony? The biggest clipper of all was the king himself. The great debasement. King Henry VIII, the same man taxing your beard, decided he needed more money for wars and palaces. So he ordered the royal mint to stop making coins out of pure silver. Instead, they mixed in copper. The new coins looked shiny and silver when they were fresh. But as they wore down, the copper started to show through, specifically on the king's nose. Henry's portrait on the coin faced forward. The nose was the highest point on the relief. It rubbed against thumbs, purses, and tables. The silver wore off, revealing a red copper nose underneath. The people called him Old Copper Nose. Imagine the sensory detail. You are holding a coin. It smells metallic, a sharp, coppery tang that lingers on your fingers. You rub the king's face. The nose turns red. It is a physical manifestation of the corruption of the state. The money in your hand is lying to you. It creates a deep, pervasive cynicism. If you can't trust the silver in your pocket, what can you trust? But if the money was corrupt, the market was rigged. Let's talk about forestalling. This wasn't a tax, but a crime. A crime that you, the hungry peasant, probably committed just to get a good deal. The law stated that all goods had to be sold in the open market between specific hours so the town could collect its tolls and ensure fair prices. But you know that by the time the farmer gets to the market, the prices will be high. The best eggs will be gone. The Lord Steward will have taken the best cuts of meat. So you go out to the road. Before the town gate, you wait in the bushes. You see a farmer walking his cart towards the town. You step out. How much for the eggs? You whisper. Half a penny, he whispers back. You buy them right there on the road. This is forestalling. You're stalling the goods before they reach the market. The sensory experience is one of illicit intimacy. The mist is swirling around your ankles. The road is quiet. You exchange the coins quickly, glancing over your shoulder for the bailiff. The eggs feel warm in your hands, freshly laid. You hide them under your cloak. You have committed a crime. You have cheated the market. You have cheated the lord of his toll, but you have dinner. It was a black market born of necessity, a way to bypass the toll booth of the feudal system. But if you bought too much, if you bought all the eggs to sell them later at a higher price, that was regrating. The regrator was the medieval scalper, the man who bought up the grain supply in the morning and sold it for double in the afternoon. The community hated the regrator. They saw him as a parasite. The sensory reality of regrating is hunger. You walk into the market at noon. The stalls are empty. The regrator sits there, smiling, surrounded by sacks of grain. "The price has gone up," he says. You look at his fat face. You look at your starving children. You want to hit him. But the law protects him, as long as he pays his fines. It was a system that encouraged hoarding. It turned neighbour against neighbour. But let's step away from the market and back to the land, because there was a tax on the very act of dying without an heir, the escheat. If a tenant died without a legal heir, the land didn't go to his friends. It didn't go to the poor. It escheated, reverted, back to the Lord. Imagine you are an old man. Your wife is gone. Your children died in the plague. You have worked this plot of land for 50 years. You have cleared the stones, dug the ditches, planted the apple trees. You know every inch of the soil. You are dying. You want to leave the land to your neighbour's son, a good boy who helps you with the harvest. But you can't. You have no blood heir. The Lord is waiting. He's like a vulture on the fence post. He knows that the moment you take your last breath, the land is his again. He will sell it to someone else. Your legacy will be erased. The sensory experience is the fading of the light. You look out the window at your apple trees. They are gnarled, heavy with fruit. You planted them. But you don't own them. You never did. You are just borrowing them from the Lord. It creates a sense of futility. Why build? Why improve? Why plant a tree that will shade a stranger? But the Lord didn't just want your land. He wanted your entertainment. The minstrel tax. In some towns, travelling musicians had to pay a fee to perform. Or, more darkly, they were classified as vagabonds and could be whipped unless they had a license from a noble patron. To avoid this, minstrels had to wear the livery, badge and colours, of a lord. Imagine you're a musician. You have a lute. You have a voice. You want to sing songs about freedom, about love, about how the king has a copper nose, but you can't. To sing legally, you have to wear the badge of the duke. You have to sing songs that please him. You are a liveried servant. The music changes. It becomes safer. It becomes propaganda. The sensory detail is the weight of the badge on your chest. It is heavy pewter. It clinks against your instrument. Every time you take a breath to sing, the badge rises and falls, a reminder of who owns your voice. It was a tax on culture, a way to ensure that the stories told in the taverns were the stories the nobility wanted told. But there was one group of people who found a way to tax the nobility back, or at least annoy them into paying. The boy bishop. This was a tradition, not a tax, but it functioned like a reverse shakedown. On the feast of St. Nicholas, December 6th, the choir boys of the cathedral would elect one of their own to be the boy bishop. For 3 weeks, until Holy Innocents' Day, December 28th, the boy took the place of the real bishop. He wore the robes, which were too big, trailing on the floor. He sat on the throne. He led the services, and he went around the town collecting taxes from the rich. He would knock on the doors of the wealthy merchants and the minor nobles. He would demand money for a blessing. It was a licensed reversal of order, a moment where the weak commanded the strong. The sensory experience was carnivalesque. The boy, flushed with power and wine, banging his crosier staff on the floor. The rich men laughing nervously, handing over coins. The smell of winter greenery and incense. It was a safety valve. The system allowed itself to be mocked for a few weeks, so that it wouldn't be destroyed forever. But the money the boy bishop collected, It usually went to the church anyway. The house always wins, and as the boy bishop takes off his robes, and the real bishop returns, and the silver penny gets clipped again, and the forestallers hide in the bushes, you realise that the medieval economy is just a giant game of musical chairs played with your livelihood. But there is one more tax, one that hits you right in the stomach. The salt herring tax. The salt herring tax. It sounds like a joke, a punchline to a bad tavern song, but in the medieval town of Yarmouth, it was the law. The town owed the king an annual rent, but the king, sitting in his palace miles away, didn't want coins. He wanted pies. Specifically, 24 pasties containing 100 fresh herrings. Imagine the logistics of this culinary tax. It is late autumn. The herring fleet has returned. The docks are slick with scales and fish guts. The air smells of brine and raw seafood, a heavy oily scent that coats the back of your throat. You are a baker conscripted for this duty. You have to take these fish, creatures of the cold, deep sea, and bake them into a crust, and then you have to ship them to London. By the time the pies reach the king, the crust is soggy. The fish are fragrant. The entire package is a disaster of gastronomy. But the king demands it. It is his right. The sensory reality is the smell of the cart carrying the pies. It leaves a trail of fishy odour winding through the countryside. It is a tax paid in nausea. But if the king's pies were bad, the forester's ale was worse. Welcome to the Scot ale. This was a tax disguised as a party, and like most mandatory fun, it was miserable. The foresters, those armed bullies we met earlier who guarded the king's deer, realised they could make extra money. They would brew a batch of ale, usually bad ale, thick, sour and full of floating debris. Then they would announce a Scot ale. Every peasant in the district was required to attend, and you were required to buy the ale at an inflated price. If you didn't go, the forester would remember. Suddenly he might find evidence that your dog had been chasing a rabbit, or that you had cut a green branch. So you go. The sensory experience of the Scot ale is grim. You're sitting in a clearing in the woods, or perhaps in the forester's barn. It is cold. You're drinking swill that tastes of vinegar and wood chips. You're surrounded by your neighbours, all of whom look equally unhappy. The forester stands there, arms crossed, counting the coins. He isn't a host, he is a warden. You're drinking your own oppression. It was extortion with a foam head, a way to monetize the fear of the law. But while the forester taxed your thirst, the sheriff taxed your travel through the trees. Cheminage, from the French chemin, path. This was a toll charge for passing through a forest, not for hunting, not for gathering wood, just for walking. Imagine you are a charcoal burner. You live in the woods. You make charcoal, a dirty, lonely job that involves watching a smouldering pile of wood for days. You're covered in black dust. You smell like a barbecue that has been burning for 1,000 years. You load your charcoal onto a cart to take it to town. You reach the edge of the forest. The forester is there. Cheminage, he says. I am just walking, you say. You are walking on the king's leaves, he replies. You pay. You're paying for the friction of your wheels against the dirt. It creates a world where movement is monetized. Every step has a price tag, but sometimes the tax wasn't on movement. It was on staying put. Specifically, staying put in a castle. The castle guard tax we mentioned earlier had a nasty little brother, watch and ward. This was the obligation of townspeople to patrol the streets at night. If you were a merchant, you didn't want to walk the cold, dark streets with a lantern and a club looking for thieves. You wanted to sleep. So you paid a substitute, but the system was corrupt. The constables would hire the cheapest, oldest, most useless men they could find, often the town drunks, to stand watch and pocket the difference. The sensory reality is the sound of the watch. Thump, thump, drag. The sound of an old man with a limp dragging a halberd he can barely lift. He's asleep against a post within 10 minutes. You paid for security, but you got a sleeping scarecrow. And while the watchman slept, the tronager was wide awake. The tronage. This was the tax on weighing wool. In the market there were a massive set of scales called the tron. It was a huge wooden beam suspended from a gallows-like structure. All wool sold in the market had to be weighed on the tron. The tronager was the official who operated it. He charged a fee for every sack. The sensory detail is the lift. You heave your sack of wool, heavy, greasy, smelling of sheep, onto the hook. The beam groans, the ropes creak. The tronager watches the needle. He adjusts the counterweight. He takes his time. Heavy sack, he says. That will be 3 pence. You suspect the scales are rigged. Everyone suspects the scales are rigged. But there is only one tron. It is a monopoly on gravity. But perhaps the most insidious tax was the one that targeted the very structure of the feudal system. The relief. This was the inheritance tax of the nobility. When a baron died, his son couldn't just take the castle. He had to pay the king a relief to lift the king's hand off the property. If the son couldn't pay, the king kept the land. This led to wardship. If the heir was a child, the king took custody of him and his land until he was 21. The king would then sell the right to be the guardian to the highest bidder. Imagine being a 10-year-old boy. Your father has just died. You are grieving. A stranger arrives at the castle. He has bought you. He doesn't care about you. He cares about stripping your land of timber, draining your fish ponds, and raising your rents before you turn 21. You are a human investment vehicle. The sensory experience of wardship is the sound of the axe. You sit in your tower room, listening to the crash of your own trees being felled by your guardian. He's liquidating your inheritance while you watch. It was a system that turned children into commodities. But let's go deeper into the household, to the kitchen fire again, the pot tax. In some regions during times of war, tax collectors didn't count heads, they counted pots, specifically metal cooking pots. Why? Because metal was valuable. If you had a metal pot, you had assets. The sensory reality is the noise. The tax collector enters your kitchen. He bangs on your cauldron with a stick. Clang, it rings true. 1 shilling, he says, if you had a clay pot. Silence. No tax. So people stopped using metal. They went back to earthenware, which broke easily and cooked unevenly. The tax code drove technological regression. It forced people backward into the Stone Age of cookware. And as you stir your pottage in a cracked clay bowl, listening to the drunken shouts from the forester's Scot ale, smelling the distant rot of the herring pies, and watching the sleeping watchman fail to protect you, you realize that the medieval world is a place where efficiency is punished and absurdity is law. But surely the king couldn't tax your very identity. Your name? Well, we talked about the registration tax, but what about your reputation? The defamation fine. In the church courts, you could sue someone for defamation, for insulting you, but the court charged fees. If your neighbour called you a false face or a lollard, a heretic, you could sue. But it would cost you more than the insult was worth. The sensory reality is the gossip, the whisper in the market, the side-eye. You know they are talking about you, but to stop them, you have to pay the archdeacon. So you swallow the insult. You let your reputation rot because it is cheaper than justice. And as the night ends and the dawn approaches, you prepare for another day. A day of avoiding the tronager, dodging the chiminage man, and hoping the king doesn't decide to tax the colour of your tunic. Because in 1363, he did exactly that. The year is 1363. The king, Edward III, is tired. He is tired of seeing servants dressed like squires. He's tired of seeing craftsmen's wives dressed like ladies. He's tired of the visual confusion of his kingdom. So he passes the Statute of Diet and Apparel. This is the nuclear option of sumptuary laws. It doesn't just ban certain fabrics, it dictates the exact price of the cloth you can wear. If you are a groom or a servant, you cannot wear cloth worth more than 2 marks. No gold, no silver, no embroidery, no silk. If you are a craftsman, you cannot wear precious stones. If you are a ploughman, you wear blanket cloth and russet, the cheapest, roughest, scratchiest wool available. The sensory reality of this law is the itch. You're standing in the field. The russet wool is coarse against your neck. It traps the sweat. It smells of wet sheep. You see a merchant riding by in soft blue broadcloth. He looks comfortable. You could afford that cloth. You had a good harvest. But if you wear it, you are a criminal. The law even regulated the colour. Servants couldn't wear party-coloured hose, one leg one colour, one leg another. It was a tax on self-expression, a legal enforcement of drabness. The king wanted the world to be colour-coded by class. And while the king was policing your legs, the church was policing your deathbed. Let's return to the mortuary. This was the second death tax. After the Lord took your best beast, Heriot, and the priest took your second best beast, Sol Scott, the church could also demand your bed and bedding. Imagine the scene. Your father has just died. He is lying on the bed, the only bed in the house. It is a wooden frame with a straw mattress and a wool blanket. It smells of sickness and old herbs. The priest arrives. He performs the last rites. Then he points to the bed. The church claims the deathbed, he says. They lift the body onto the floor. They take the mattress. They take the blanket. You're left with a corpse on the cold earth and nowhere to sleep. It was a tax that stripped the dignity from death. It left the grieving family shivering on the floor. But surely there was one place where the taxman couldn't reach. The high seas. Not quite. The tonnage and poundage. This was a tax on every ton of wine and every pound of merchandise imported into the kingdom. It sounds like a merchant's problem, but the merchant passes the cost on to you. The wine you drink at the tavern, more expensive. The spices you use for the Christmas feast, more expensive. The iron for your plough, more expensive. The sensory impact is the shrinkage. Everything gets smaller. The cup of wine is not quite full. The ploughshare is thinner. The spice merchant measures out the pepper grain by grain, his hands shaking with parsimony. It is the invisible inflation of the feudal state. And speaking of inflation, let's talk about the coinage, specifically the seigniorage. This was the profit the king made from minting coins. When you brought your silver to the mint to be turned into pennies, the king kept a percentage. But he also controlled the remedy, the allowed margin of error. If the coins were a little light, the king kept the difference. The sensory reality is the sound of the mint, the hammer striking the die. Bang! Bang! The smell of hot metal. The king is literally stamping his face onto your wealth and taking a cut for the effort. But the most bizarre tax on metal wasn't on coins, it was on jewellery. The plate tax. In various periods, governments taxed silver and gold plate, cups, bowls, spoons. So people hid their silver. They buried it in the garden. They threw it in the well. The sensory detail is the clink in the dark. You're burying your grandmother's silver spoon under the apple tree by moonlight. The metal is cold. The dirt is wet. You're treating your family heirlooms like stolen goods. Because in the eyes of the taxman, possession is just a prelude to payment. But let's leave the cold ground and go to the warmth of the library, or rather, the lack of one, the paper tax. In the 18th century, Britain taxed paper heavily. This made books expensive. It made newspapers expensive. It made knowledge expensive. The sensory result was the shared news. You walk into a coffee house. The air smells of roasted beans and tobacco smoke. There is only one newspaper. It is chained to the table. Men gather around it, reading over each other's shoulders. One man reads aloud. The others listen. You can't afford to buy the news. You have to rent it. It was a tax on information, a way to keep the poor ignorant. And if you couldn't read the news, you definitely couldn't read the stars. The almanac tax. Almanacs were the medieval peasant's smartphone. They told you when to plant, when to bleed, when the moon was full, when the tides turned. The government taxed them. So illegal pirate almanacs flooded the market. They were printed on cheap grey paper. The ink smudged on your fingers. The dates were sometimes wrong. You're planting your turnips based on a typo in a bootleg calendar. The sensory reality is the frustration. You look at your withered crop. You look at the smudged book. You realise that the tax on knowledge has cost you your dinner. But the ultimate tax on the intangible was the window peep. Okay, not a tax, but a consequence. Because windows were taxed, people spent more time outside. The street became the living room. The sensory experience is the noise, the arguments, the cooking, the washing. It all happens in the alley. There is no privacy. Your neighbours know what you're eating. They know when you're fighting. The tax code destroyed the concept of indoor life. And as you stand in the noisy, crowded street, wearing your rough wool, holding your light coin, watching the smoke from your hidden fire drift away, you realise that the medieval world is a place where everything, even the air you breathe and the light you see, has a price tag. But surely there is an end to it. Surely death is the end. We already talked about the Harriet and the mortuary, but there is one more, the probate duty, the tax on proving a will. If you wanted your property to go to your children legally, you had to pay the church court to prove the will was valid. If you couldn't pay, the will was invalid, the property escheated to the Lord. The sensory detail is the silence. The reading of the will should be a moment of closure, but the room is silent. The family looks at the document. They look at the fee. They realise they can't afford to inherit. The legacy dissolves. And so, we come to the end of our journey through the absurd, cruel and relentless world of medieval taxation. It is a world where a beard is a luxury, a window is a liability, and a dead cow is a transaction. But amidst the gloom, there is a flicker of resilience. The peasant who hides his hand mill under the floor, the widow who rides the ram to keep her land, the brewer who sneaks hops into the ale, the man who bricks up his window but paints a fake one on the outside just to spite the taxman. They survived, they adapted, they found loopholes in the iron cage of the feudal system. And tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your warm bed, with your untaxed window, your untaxed beard, and your free soul to spare a thought for them, they paid the price so we could complain about income tax. Good night. But wait, you didn't think the taxman stopped at the English Channel, did you? The absurdity of extracting wealth from the poor was a continental obsession, a pan-European project of creativity where kings competed to see who could monetize the most ridiculous aspects of human existence. Let's travel east, to the vast, freezing plains of Russia. The year is 17 or 18. Peter the Great is on the throne. He wants to modernize his empire. He wants ships. He wants a new capital built on a swamp, and to pay for it, he invents the soul tax, the podushnaya podat. Previous taxes were levied on households. If you had a house, you paid. So, naturally, Russian peasants stopped building separate houses. Extended families of 20 or 30 people would cram into a single izba, sleeping in shifts, sharing the same stale air, just to pay only one tax. Peter saw this and was displeased. They are hiding from me by living together, he thought. So he changed the unit of taxation. He stopped taxing land. He stopped taxing houses. He taxed the soul. Every male serf, from the newborn infant gasping his first breath to the ancient grandfather wheezing his last, was a taxable unit. The sensory reality of the soul tax is the census. The revisers come to your village. They are men in green uniforms smelling of ink and vodka. They line you up in the snow. The wind cuts through your sheepskin coat. They write down your name. You are now a number. But here is the true horror. The census was only taken every few years. If your grandfather died a week after the census, he was legally still alive until the next census. Imagine the grim accounting. You are sitting at the table. The grandfather's chair is empty. He is buried in the frozen ground of the churchyard. But you still have to put a coin in the jar for him. You're paying a tax on a ghost. The dead souls became a burden on the living. The village commune had to cover the cost. You looked at your neighbours and calculated their health. If Ivan looked sickly, you worried. Not for Ivan, but for the village budget. It was a system that monetized mortality, and while Peter taxed your soul, he also returned to the face. We mentioned the beard tax earlier, but the Russian version deserves its own special spotlight because of the sheer bureaucratic madness involved. Peter didn't just fine you. He gave you a receipt, a literal, physical token, the beard token. It was a coin made of copper or silver. On one side, a nose and a moustache. On the other, the words, "The beard is a useless burden." Imagine the sensory humiliation. You want to keep your beard. It is a symbol of your Orthodox faith. It keeps your face warm in the 40-degree winter, so you pay the massive tax, and you have to carry this coin with you everywhere. You walk into a city, the guard stops you. "Where is your token?" he demands. You have to dig through your layers of wool. You pull out the cold piece of metal. You hold it up next to your face. "Paid," you say. He compares the picture of the beard on the coin to the beard on your face. He lets you pass. If you lost the coin, they shaved you. Right there at the gate, with a dull knife. It turned your face into a toll road. But let's leave the frozen east and head to the orderly, meticulous lands of Germany, specifically to the Duchy of Württemberg, where they taxed sparrows, the sparrow tax. In the 18th century, the Duke decided that sparrows were eating too much grain. They were pests. They were stealing his revenue. So he deputized the entire population. Every citizen was legally required to kill 12 sparrows a year. You had to bring the dead bodies to the local official as proof. If you didn't bring 12 sparrows, you paid a fine. This created a bizarre sparrow economy. Imagine the sensory reality. You are a busy farmer. You don't have time to chase birds. You are tired. But the deadline is approaching. You need sparrows. You go to the market. There are children there, enterprising, ruthless children selling dead sparrows. 2 coppers for a bird, the boy says, holding up a small feathered corpse. It is stiff. It smells faintly of dust. You buy the dead birds. You take them to the town hall. The official counts them. 1, 2, 3. He throws them onto a pile, but here is the scam. The official, being corrupt, because all medieval officials are corrupt, would often sell the dead sparrows back to the children out the back door. The same dead bird could pay the tax for 5 different families before it decomposed too much to be recognised. It was a tax on nature, enforced by a black market of dead poultry. And speaking of birds, let's talk about the swan mark. In England, all swans belonged to the king. They were royal fowl. But, for a steep fee, a nobleman could buy the right to own swans. To prove ownership, he had to carve a mark into the swan's beak. The sensory detail is the upping. Once a year, the swan-uppers rowed up the River Thames. They wore bright red uniforms. They blew trumpets. They would catch the swans. Great white, powerful birds that hissed and beat their wings with the force of a man's arm. The smell of river mud and wet feathers. They would take a knife and carve a symbol into the living beak of the bird. It was a tax written in scar tissue, a way of branding the wild. But surely they couldn't tax the very act of cleaning yourself. We talked about soap. But what about the water itself? Not the river, the bath tax. In various European cities, public bathhouses were leased by the city to operators, who paid a heavy tax. This tax was passed on to you. But in some places, like medieval Bath, the city, the king claimed the thermal springs. If you were sick, if you had leprosy or gout or the palsy, and you wanted to sit in the warm, mineral-rich water, you paid. The sensory experience is the steam. You are in pain. Your joints ache. You can smell the sulphur in the water, a smell like rotten eggs, but promise to be healing. You hobble to the edge of the pool, the keeper blocks your way. The king's water, he says, 2 pence. You pay to be healed. You pay to stop hurting. It was a tax on relief. But let's go deeper into the absurdity. Let's talk about the shadow of the church. In some medieval towns, the church claimed that any business conducted within the shadow of the cathedral spire owed a fee to the bishop. This led to arguments about geometry. "My stall is only in the shadow in the afternoon," a merchant shouts. "Then you pay the afternoon rate," the bishop's man replies. The sensory reality is watching the sun. You are selling your turnips. You watch the long, dark shadow of the spire creeping across the cobblestones. It is a sundial of debt. When the shadow touches your foot, you owe money. You move your stall a few feet to the left, the shadow follows. You are being chased by the absence of light. But there was one tax that you couldn't run from, because it was inside your own body. The salt blood. This wasn't a formal tax name, but a biological reality of the gabelle, salt tax. Because salt was so expensive, people stopped using it to cure meat properly. They used less. The meat spoiled. It grew bacteria, botulism, salmonella. The sensory result was the stomachache. The entire lower class of France lived with a low-level chronic food poisoning. The cramps, the nausea, the pale, sweaty skin. The king's greed literally made the population sick. It was a tax paid in vomiting. And as you lie on your straw mattress, clutching your stomach, listening to the wind that you don't own, watching the shadow that costs you money, holding the token that allows you to have a chin, you wonder, is there anything left? Yes, the window in the coffin. Wait, no, that's a myth. But the burial in woolen was real. In 1667, to support the wool trade, England passed a law. All corpses had to be buried in wool, no linen, no silk. If you buried your grandmother in her favourite linen dress, the informer would tell the magistrate. The magistrate would order the grave opened. The sensory horror. The digging up of the fresh grave. The smell of damp earth and decay. The inspection of the shroud. "Linen," the official says, touching the cold fabric. £5 fine. Even in the grave, the economy dictated your outfit. You were born into the tax system, and you died into the tax system. And as the night rolls on and the stars, untaxed for now, wheel overhead, you realize that the Middle Ages wasn't just a time of knights and castles. It was a time of forms, fees, and fines. It was the era of the administrative state learning how to walk and stepping on your neck in the process. But tomorrow's another day, and rumour has it the king is thinking about a tax on hats. Oh wait, he already did that. How about a tax on wallpaper? The wallpaper tax, the brick tax, the light tax. It seemed there was no surface, no material, no element that the crown could not monetize. But as you lie in the dark, the air growing colder as the night deepens, you remember a story your grandfather told you. A story about a tax so strange, so specifically petty, that it sounds like a fable. The pie crust tax. In certain medieval jurisdictions, particularly during times of wheat shortages, authorities decided that frivolous uses of flour were a crime against the state. Pies were considered frivolous. Why? Because often the thick, hard crust of a medieval pie, called a coffin, wasn't even eaten. It was just a container to cook the meat in. You broke it open, ate the stew inside, and threw the crust to the dogs. To the king's advisers, this was waste. So they taxed the crust. If you baked a pie with a lid, you paid. The result? The open tart. People stopped putting lids on their pies. They baked open-faced tarts, quiches and flans, not because they preferred them, but because a lid cost a farthing. The sensory reality of the pie crust tax is the dry meat. You're eating a stew that has been baked in an open pastry. The top layer is dried out, tough, almost burnt. The moisture has escaped into the oven. It tastes of disappointment. You look at the charred edge of your dinner and realize that culinary innovation is often just tax evasion with a different name. But if the king could tax the shape of your dinner, he could certainly tax the shape of your house. The jetties. Walk through a preserved medieval town, York or Chester or parts of London, and look up. You will see the upper floors of the houses sticking out further than the ground floor. They overhang the street. Why? Because taxes were often calculated based on the square footage of the ground floor. If you built a small ground floor, you paid a small tax. But if you then built a larger second floor that jutted out over the street, tax-free space, and then a larger third floor, even more free space. The sensory experience of walking down a medieval street is claustrophobia. The houses lean in towards each other. The sky is a narrow strip of blue far above. The street is permanently in shadow, shadow tax notwithstanding. The air feels trapped, stagnant. You're walking through a canyon created by tax avoidance. And sometimes, the jetties got so close that neighbours on opposite sides of the street could shake hands from their bedroom windows, or more likely, empty their chamber pots on the people below with greater accuracy. It was architecture designed by the ledger, not the architect. But let's move from the city back to the countryside, to the river. The mill dam. We talked about the mill tax. But what about the water behind the mill? Lords would dam the rivers to power their mills. This created large ponds, and these ponds flooded the peasants' fields upstream. Did the lord pay for the damage? No. Instead, he taxed you for the improvement of having a water source nearby. Your field is now a wetland, the bailiff says. Excellent for ye reeds. That'll be an extra shilling. The sensory reality is the squelch. You're trying to harvest your wheat, but the ground is a sponge. The stalks are rotting at the base. The smell of stagnant water and decaying roots fills your nose. You're farming a swamp created by the Lord's greed and paying him for the privilege. It was a tax on environmental destruction. But the most insidious taxes were the ones that targeted your very identity as a Christian, the Crusade tax, or the Saladin tithe. In 1188, King Henry II needed money to go fight Saladin in the Holy Land, so he levied a tax of 10% on movable goods and revenues. This was revolutionary. Before this, taxes were mostly on land. Now they were taxing your stuff, your furniture, your clothes, your tools. The collectors were ruthless. They went into every house. That chair, the collector says, value? 6pence, you say. Write it down, that pot. Value? 4pence. They inventoried your entire life. The sensory experience is the invasion. Strangers handling your bedding. Strangers looking in your chest. Strangers assessing the worth of your grandmother's brooch. You feel exposed. You feel like you own nothing. Every object in your home has a percentage sign attached to it. And if you refuse to pay, you were excommunicated. The priest would stand in the pulpit and curse you. He would declare that your soul was damned. He would forbid your neighbours from speaking to you. It was a tax collected by the threat of eternal torture. But what if you weren't Christian? We mentioned the Jewish tallage. But let's look at the sensory detail of the badge. In 1218, England, following a papal decree, ordered all Jews to wear a badge. The tabula, a piece of white cloth or parchment shaped like the 2 tablets of the law. You had to buy the badge from the king. Imagine the daily reality. You're sewing the badge onto your cloak. The needle pricks your finger. A drop of red blood falls on the white cloth. You have to wear this target every time you leave your house. It marks you out for abuse, for stones thrown by children, for the Jew tax collectors. It was a tax on visibility, a way to monetize hatred. But let's return to the world of the mundane, to the starch tax. In the 17th and 18th centuries, starch, used to stiffen ruffs and collars, was taxed. Starch was made from wheat. In times of famine, using wheat for fashion was seen as sinful. So the government taxed it. The result? The floppy collar. The magnificent stiff wheel-like ruffs of the Elizabethan era disappeared. They were replaced by soft falling collars. The sensory change was tactile. The scratchy, stiff lace was gone. The soft linen lay against the neck. Fashion relaxed. Not because people wanted to be comfortable, but because they couldn't afford to be stiff. The tax code literally changed the posture of a nation, and while the collars flopped, the newspapers shrank. The Stamp Act, the British one, not the American one as yet. Newspapers were taxed by the page, so publishers printed on massive sheets of paper. They crammed the text into tiny columns with minuscule font. They eliminated margins. The sensory experience of reading a Georgian newspaper is eye strain. The paper is huge. You have to spread your arms wide to hold it. The ink is dense. The words are packed together like sardines. It is a wall of text designed to cheat the taxman. But the most bizarre tax of all might be the tax on enemies. During the 100 Years' War, the French King John II was captured by the English. The English demanded a ransom, a massive ransom, 3 million gold crowns. The French government taxed everything to pay it: salt, wine, sails. But they framed it as a patriotic duty. Pay to free the king. The sensory reality is the empty cup. You're a French peasant. You're drinking water because wine is too expensive. You're eating unsalted gruel, but you're told that your suffering is buying the king's freedom. Eventually the king was released. He came back to France. He saw the devastation caused by the taxes. He saw the poverty. And then he went back to England. Why? Because one of the hostages he had left in his place, his son, had escaped violating the code of chivalry. So King John, feeling dishonoured, voluntarily returned to captivity in London. Imagine the peasants' reaction. I starved for 3 years to buy you back, and you went back? It highlights the disconnect. The king lived by a code of honour. The peasant lived by a code of survival. The tax bridged the gap, transferring wealth from the practical to the poetic. And as you lie there, thinking about the king in his golden cage and the peasant in his mud hut, you realise that the medieval economy was a mechanism for turning sweat into chivalry. But the night is almost over. The first grey light of dawn is touching the horizon. You have survived the night. You've evaded the saltpetre men. You have hidden your coins. But there is one final tax waiting for you at the end of the road. The scavenger's daughter. No, not a person. A device. Wait, that's torture. Let's stick to finance. The posthumous execution. If you were a traitor, they didn't just kill you. They seized your property. But what if you died before the trial? They would put your corpse on trial. We covered the cadaver synod, but this was for money. If the corpse was found guilty, the king took the family estate. The sensory detail is the empty coffin. The family is gathered, but there is no body to bury. The king has the body. The king has the land. The king has the house. You are mourning a ghost who has bankrupted you from beyond the grave. And on that cheerful note, the sun breaks the horizon. The rooster crows, untaxed for now. You get up. You put on your unpowdered wig, if you're fancy, or your wool cap, if you're not. You step out into the mud, pavage unpaid. You breathe the air, wind rights disputed. You're ready for another day in the glorious, absurd, relentless machine of history. Good morning. The sun is up. The day has begun, and the first sound you hear is not the song of a lark or the crow of a rooster. It is a low, rhythmic thrumming, a sound like 1,000 people whispering at once. Coo, coo, coo. You look towards the manor house. There, standing taller than your own home, is a stone tower. It has hundreds of tiny holes in the walls. It looks like a fortress for gnomes, but it is a fortress for pigeons. Welcome to the right of the dovecote. In medieval Europe, keeping pigeons and doves was a privilege restricted to the nobility. Why? Because pigeons are delicious, squab. They produce excellent fertilizer, guano, and they are essentially free to feed. Free to feed, that is, for the Lord, because the Lord doesn't buy bird seed. The Lord opens the doors of his dovecote every morning and thousands of birds fly out. Where do they go? To your fields. Imagine the sensory reality of the flying tax. You have just spent weeks ploughing. Your back is stiff. Your hands are calloused. You have walked miles scattering your precious seed corn, grain you saved from the winter, grain you could have eaten. You harrow it into the soil. You pray for rain. And then the sky darkens. A cloud of grey wings descends. The sound is deafening. The flapping, the scratching of tiny claws on the dirt, the endless mocking cooing. They land on your field. They eat your seeds. You grab a stone. You want to throw it. You want to scare them away. But you stop. Because under feudal law, if you kill a lord's pigeon, you are in big trouble. It is property destruction. It is theft. You are legally required to stand there and watch the lord's dinner eat your dinner. It was a system where the aristocracy literally parasitized the agriculture of the peasantry, using birds as the delivery mechanism. The dovecote was a vacuum cleaner sucking calories out of the village and depositing them onto the Lord's plate. And if the birds didn't eat your grain, they effectively taxed your roof. The guano. Pigeon droppings were the best fertilizer in the medieval world. It was rich in nitrates. It was white gold. The Lord owned the droppings. Even if the pigeons roosted on your barn, the waste belonged to him. You couldn't even keep the poop, but let's leave the birds and look at the ground beneath your feet. Specifically, the path you take to the grave. The corpse road. In rural England and parts of Europe, you couldn't just bury your dead in the nearest patch of consecrated ground. You often had to carry them to the mother church, the main parish church, which might be miles away. Why? Because the mother church wanted the burial fees, the soul scot and the mortuary tax we mentioned earlier. If you buried them in a local chapel, the main priest lost money, so they designated specific paths, corpse roads or lich ways. Imagine the sensory experience of a medieval funeral. It is raining. It is always raining in these stories because mud is the texture of history. Your grandfather has died. He was a heavy man. You and your brothers have built a coffin from rough planks. It is heavy, smelling of raw pine and wet wool. You hoist it onto your shoulders. The wood bites into your collarbone. You have to walk 7 miles across the moors. You cannot take a shortcut. If you walk across a private field, the landowner will sue you, because there was a superstition that where a corpse is carried, a public right-of-way is created. Landlords were terrified of this. They would build walls, dig ditches, and lock gates to stop funeral processions. So you are forced onto the corpse road. It is steep, rocky, and slippery. You stumble. The coffin lurches. You can hear the body shifting inside, a dull, heavy thud that makes you sick. There are coffin stones along the way, flat rocks where you can rest the coffin for a moment to catch your breath. You sit on the wet grass, your chest heaving, the rain mixing with the sweat on your face. You're paying for the funeral not just with coins, but with sheer physical exhaustion. The geography of the parish is designed to extract maximum effort for the final transaction. And when you finally get to the church, wet, muddy, and grieving, you encounter the next obstacle, the pew rent. For centuries, churches were open spaces. You stood, or you brought your own stool. But then, the church wardens realized that sitting down was a premium service. They installed wooden boxes with doors, pews, and they rented them out to the rich families. The sensory reality is the hierarchy of comfort. You walk into the church, the air is cold and smells of stone dust and old incense. In the front, near the altar where it is warmer, are the box pews. They are lined with baize, green felt, and have cushions stuffed with wool. The rich merchants and the lords sit there, invisible behind high wooden walls, comfortable, warm. You're in the free seats at the back, hard, narrow benches with no backs, or you're standing on the flagstones. The cold seeps up through your thin soles. Your legs ache. You can barely hear the priest. You're witnessing the monetization of salvation. The closer you sit to God, the more it costs. But wait, what is that noise? A barking dog. A stray dog has wandered into the church looking for warmth or perhaps a crumb of the communion bread. Enter the dog whipper. This was an actual paid job title in the parish accounts. The dog whipper. His job was to run around the church during the service with a long whip and a pair of wooden tongs, chasing out dogs. The sensory chaos is almost funny. The priest is trying to chant the Latin Mass. Sanctus, Sanctus, Sanctus. Crack. The sound of the whip. Yelp. The sound of the dog. Clatter. The sound of the dog whipper tripping over a pew. It turns the holy service into a slapstick comedy. But it also highlights a truth. The church was a public space, the only public space, and keeping the chaos of nature, dogs, birds, the poor, out of the order of God required a man with a whip. And sometimes the dog whipper also had another job. Sluggard waker. He carried a long stick. On one end a hard wooden knob. on the other a foxtail. If a man fell asleep during the sermon, thwack, the wooden knob on the head. If a woman fell asleep, tickle, the foxtail on the face. It was a tax on tiredness. You were legally required to attend church. The recusancy fine taxed you if you didn't go, and you were physically punished if you didn't pay attention. You were a captive audience in the most literal sense. But let's leave the church and go back to the river, because the Lord isn't done with the water yet, the ferry monopoly. If there was no bridge, because the Lord didn't want to maintain one, there was often a ferry. But you couldn't just row yourself across. That would be stealing the passage. You had to use the Lord's ferryman. The sensory experience is the wait. You're standing on the bank. The ferry is on the other side. The ferryman is asleep, or eating his lunch, or drunk. You shout. You wave. He ignores you. He knows you can't swim. He knows you can't use another boat. He has a captive market. Eventually he rows over. The boat is leaky. The water sloshes around your ankles. He rows slowly, deliberately slowly. He charges you a penny, a day's wage for a labourer, for a 5-minute ride. You pay for his incompetence because his incompetence is state-sanctioned. It is the medieval version of a cable company. But the most bizarre monopolies were the ones that controlled the sensory experience of the town itself. The dung farmer, or the gong farmer. In a city like London, waste was a problem. Cesspits filled up. The smell was foundational. It was the background radiation of medieval life. But you couldn't just empty your own cesspit. You had to hire the gong farmer. He was a night worker. He was only allowed to work between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. He would come with his cart. He would climb into the pit, literally climb into the sewage, and shovel it out. The sensory reality is horrifying. The smell is so strong it tastes like metal and rot. The gong farmer is covered in it, but he is paid well. Where there is muck, there is brass. But here is the tax angle. The city often sold the right to collect dung to a specific contractor. So, if you wanted your pit cleaned, you paid the monopoly price. And then, the contractor sold the waste to farmers as fertilizer. You paid to have it taken away, and the farmers paid to get it back. The contractor stood in the middle, smelling terrible but counting gold. It was a circular economy of waste. But let's end this section with a tax that sounds like a magic trick. The shadow of the sword. In some feudal contracts, tenants had to pay a fee to be protected by the Lord's sword, but not an active protection, just the potential protection. If the Lord rode through the village with his sword drawn, you owed a fee for the display of force. It was a performance fee. The Lord was charging you for looking scary. This sensory detail is the glint of steel. The Lord rides by on his war horse. The horse is massive, snorting, shaking the ground. The armour clinks. He draws his sword. It flashes in the sun. You flinch, not because you are scared of the blade, but because you know that flash of light just cost you a chicken. He is taxing his own intimidation factor. And as you stand there, watching the pigeon fly back to the dovecote with your grain, smelling the river mud on your boots from the corpse road, rubbing the bruise on your head from the sluggard waker, and counting the pennies for the gong farmer, you realise the medieval world didn't just tax your money, it taxed your patience, your dignity, and your very senses. But the sun is setting, and tonight there is a rumour of a new tax. A tax on playing. A tax on playing. It sounds like something a cartoon villain would invent. But the Puritans, and various medieval monarchs before them, took the concept of fun very seriously. Specifically, they viewed it as a competitor to work and prayer. So they taxed games. the bowling tax. In 1541, King Henry VIII passed the Unlawful Games Act. It banned bowling, tennis, dice, cards and tables, backgammon for the working classes. Why? Because he wanted them practicing archery. The sensory reality is the silence of the village green. It is Sunday afternoon. The sun is shining. The grass is perfect for a game of bowls. The smooth wooden balls are sitting in a sack. You want to hear the clack of wood on wood, the cheer of your friends. But you can't. Instead, you have to go to the archery butts. You have to pull a heavy yew-bow. The string cuts into your fingers. Your shoulders ache. You're shooting arrows at a target made of straw and canvas. If you are caught bowling, a fine of 6 shillings and 8 pence, a fortune. But the rich could get a license to play. If you had land worth $100 a year, you could bowl all day. It was a tax on leisure, a class-based restriction on joy, and while the king controlled your Sunday afternoon, the town council controlled your party, the ale stake. If you wanted to sell ale, even just for a night perhaps to raise money for the church, a church ale or for a wedding, bride ale, you had to put up a sign, an ale stake, a long pole with a bush or a hoop on the end. But you couldn't just put up any stick. The council regulated the length of the pole. If your pole was too long, some were 40 feet long, extending dangerously over the street, you were fined. If you put up the pole without paying the license to sell fee, fined. The sensory detail is the visual clutter. You walk down a medieval street. It looks like a forest of dead trees sticking out of the buildings. Every pole represents a tax paid. The smell of hops and malt drifts from the open doors. It was a visual receipt for the alcohol tax. But the most bizarre tax on celebration was the mummers' fee. Mummers were folk actors. They wore masks. They performed plays about St. George and the Dragon. They went door to door at Christmas. But in some towns wearing a mask was illegal. The visor tax. Or rather a fine for going disguised. The authorities were terrified of anonymous crowds. A man in a mask could be anyone. He could be a rebel. He could be a debtor. So if you wanted to mum, you had to register. You had to pay. Or you had to perform with your face exposed, which ruined the magic. The sensory experience is the unmasking. You're in the middle of a play. You are the dragon. You are roaring. The children are laughing. The sheriff steps in. Off with the mask, he says. You pull off the papier-mâché head. You're just Thomas the baker, sweating, red-faced, looking foolish. The magic evaporates. The children stop laughing. The sheriff collects his fee. It was a tax on imagination. But if they tax the fantasy world, they certainly tax the practical world. The wheel tax. This was a straightforward tax on wagons, but it was calculated by the width of the wheel rim. Why? Because narrow wheels cut up the mud roads, which the king didn't want to pay to fix. Wide wheels rolled over the mud and packed it down. So narrow wheels were taxed heavily. Wide wheels were tax-free. The result? The roller wagon. People started building wagons with wheels that were 16 inches wide. They looked ridiculous, like steamrollers pulled by horses. The sensory reality is the rumble. A wagon with 16-inch wheels doesn't rattle. It groans. It is heavy. The horses struggle to pull it. It moves slowly, grinding the earth flat. It is a vehicle designed not for speed, not for efficiency, but for tax compliance. And while the wagons rolled, the pedestrians dodged the mud wall. In the fenlands of England, or the Low Countries, flood protection was life or death. The wool tax, or scot, as in scot-free, meaning you didn't pay the tax. Every landowner had to maintain the dike or seawall on their property. If you didn't, the marsh bailiff would seize your land. The sensory experience is the fear of water. It is a stormy night. The wind is howling off the North Sea. You can hear the waves crashing against the earthen wall. You're out there with a shovel, packing mud into a crack. The rain is blinding. The mud is slick. You aren't doing this just to save your house. You're doing it because if the bailiff sees a leak, he will fine you more than the house is worth. You're fighting the ocean and the taxman simultaneously. But let's move to a tax that targeted the very sound of commerce. The bellman. In many towns, you weren't allowed to advertise your goods by shouting. That was hue and cry, reserved for catching criminals. Instead, you had to hire the town bellman. He walked through the streets ringing a handbell, clang-a-lang. Oye, oyen, fresh fish at the harbour, lost pig near the mill. You paid him by the announcement. The sensory reality is the monopoly on noise. You want to shout war, buy my apples, but you can't. You have to wait for the bellman. He walks slowly. He stops to chat. He mispronounces your name. You're paying a man to be your voice, and if you couldn't shout, you definitely couldn't swear. The Profane Oaths Act. In 1623, and earlier in local laws, swearing was taxed. 12 pence for a servant, 2 shillings for a gentleman. The sensory detail is the stifled curse. You hit your thumb with a hammer. The pain shoots up your arm. You open your mouth to scream a word that would make a sailor blush, but you see the constable watching. You swallow the word. You make a strangled, choking sound. Gadzooks, you squeak. The pain is still there, but you saved 12 pence. It was a tax on pain response. But the ultimate tax on the body was the hair powder certificate we mentioned earlier. But let's look at its cousin, the scent tax. In 1786, Britain taxed perfume. Fragrance was suddenly a luxury. The sensory result was the return of the stench. The brief, glorious period where cities smelled of lavender and musk ended. The underlying odour of the 18th century, unwashed bodies, horse manure, coal smoke, reasserted itself. People stopped wearing scent, or they wore illegal, smuggled scent. Imagine the black market perfume. You meet a man in an alley. He opens his coat. He has small vials. Eau de Cologne, he whispers. You buy it. You dab a little on your wrist. You hide the bottle. You smell like a criminal. But let's go back to the most fundamental need of all. Light. We talked about candles and windows. But what about the sun itself? The ancient lights. This wasn't a tax, but a property right that functioned like one. If you had a window that had received sunlight for 20 years, you had a right to light. Your neighbour couldn't build anything that blocked it, unless he paid you. Developers would pay massive sums to buy the light from their neighbours so they could build a taller building. The sensory experience is the shadow price. You're sitting in your room, the sun is streaming in, warming the floorboards. Your neighbour knocks. He offers you 50 guineas to let him build a wall. You take the money, the wall goes up, the sun vanishes, the room goes grey, the temperature drops. You have sold the sun. It creates a cityscape where light is a commodity traded like grain or wool. But there is one final tax in this section, one that feels like a punch in the gut. The bachelor's papers. We mentioned the bachelor tax, but in some places you had to carry papers proving you were married, or proving you'd paid the tax. If you were a woman walking alone, the spinster's tax. Less common, but existed in forms. Or the assumption that an unmarried woman was a vagrant. The sensory reality is the assessment. A woman walking down the road. She's independent. She's carrying a basket. The beadle stops her. Husband, he asks. None, she says. Then where is your master? I have none. Then you are a vagabond. She's arrested. She's put in the stocks. She's whipped, unless she pays. It was a tax on female autonomy, the price of walking alone. And as you stand there, unmasked, unperfumed, silent, in the shadow of your neighbour's new wall, holding your receipt for your beard, watching the bellman walk away with your voice, you realise the medieval world was a place where freedom was a subscription service, and the payments were due every day. But surely the night must end? Yes, the sun is rising higher, the mist is clearing. But with the light comes the surveyor. He has a chain, he has a measuring rod. He's coming to measure your land. Why? Because the king has decided to change the definition of an acre. The surveyor is standing in your field. He holds a long iron chain. His assistant holds a wooden staff called a perch or a rod. For generations, an acre was defined not by geometry but by sweat. It was the amount of land a team of oxen could plough in a single day. It was a unit of time and labour, breathing and biological. It varied. A heavy clay field had smaller acres because the ploughing was harder. A sandy field had larger acres. But the king hates variables. The king wants a grid. So he standardised the acre, but he didn't just standardise it, he manipulated it. Imagine the sensory reality of the stretch. The surveyor lays down the chain. Clink, clink, he measures your land. 12 acres, he announces. But my grandfather said it was 10, you protest. The king's chain says 12, he replies, writing in his book. He hasn't given you more land. He has just used a shorter ruler. Suddenly your tax burden increases by 20%. The land hasn't grown. The harvest hasn't grown. Only the definition has changed. You are standing on the same dirt, looking at the same horizon, but you're now living in a larger tax bracket on a map drawn by a man in London who has never held a plough handle. It was a tax on geometry, a redefining of reality to squeeze out a few more shillings. But if they could tax the land, they could certainly tax the creatures that walked on it, and not just the farm animals. The dog tax. In 1796, Britain introduced a tax on dogs. It was intended to target the hunting dogs of the rich, but as always the law was blunt. It taxed every dog. The result was the Great Massacre. People couldn't afford to pay, so they killed their pets. Imagine the sensory horror of that year. You're walking through a village. It is silent. The familiar barking, the yapping, the sound of paws on the cobblestones, it is gone. The river is choked with the bodies of drowned dogs. The woods are filled with shallow graves. You look at your own dog, a scruffy terrier who catches rats in the barn. He looks up at you, tail wagging, trusting. You count your coins. You don't have enough. You have to make a choice, the taxman or the dog. It was a policy that broke the heart of the nation. It turned the bond between human and animal into a luxury item that the poor had to discard. But let's leave the silence of the village and go to the noise of the turnpike, the road toll on steroids. In the 18th century, the government realised that maintaining roads was expensive, and the corvée labour wasn't working well because forced peasants did a terrible job. So they privatised the roads. They set up turnpike trusts, private companies that fixed the roads and charged a toll. They built turnpike gates, massive wooden barriers across the King's Highway. The sensory experience is the stop. You're driving your cart. You're making good time. The road is smooth for once, but every few miles you see a gate, a small house, a man with a hand out. Toll, he says, you pay. He turns the pike, a spiked barrier. Creak, thud, you pass. But the locals hated this. They felt the road belonged to them. So the Rebecca riots began. Men dressed as women, calling themselves Rebecca from a Bible verse, would attack the toll gates at night. Imagine the scene. It is midnight. The moon is full. You hear the sound of horses, the blowing of horns. A mob of men in dresses, faces blackened with soot, descends on the toll house. Crash. They smash the gate. They burn the toll-keeper's booth. It was a revolution against the monetization of travel, a violent rejection of the idea that you had to pay to move through your own valley. But the government didn't just tax the road, they taxed the speed, the post-horse duty. If you rented a horse to travel fast posting, you paid a tax per mile. If you walked, free. If you took a slow wagon, cheap. If you galloped, taxed. The sensory reality is the price of haste. You have urgent news. Your mother is sick. You need to get to the next town. You go to the inn. A horse, quickly. The innkeeper looks at the chart. That'll be expensive, sir. The king taxes speed. You count your coins. You can't afford to gallop. You have to trot. The tax code literally slowed you down. It put a speed limit on your life, enforced by your wallet. But let's look at a tax that targeted the very clothes on your back again, but not the fabric, the accessory, the button tax. In the early 18th century, the button makers petitioned the king. They were angry because people were using cloth-covered buttons. The metal button makers were losing money. So the king taxed cloth buttons. The penalty for a tailor making a cloth button? 40 shillings per dozen. The sensory result? A nation of metal. People stopped wearing soft, quiet buttons. They wore brass, pewter, bone. Imagine the sound of a congregation sitting down in church. Click, clack, tink. Hundreds of metal buttons hitting the wooden pews. The fashion of the era. The long coats with rows of shining metal buttons wasn't just a style choice. It was regulatory compliance. And while the men clicked, the women rustled. The printed calico act. The wool merchants were jealous of cotton. Cotton was light, washable, comfortable. Wool was wool. So they lobbied the government. In 1700 and 1721, acts were passed banning the wearing of printed cotton, calico. If a woman was caught wearing a printed cotton dress, the dress could be ripped off her back in the street by an informer. The sensory experience is the fear of fabric. You are wearing a beautiful floral print dress. It is soft. It breathes in the summer heat. But you have to wear a heavy wool cloak over it to hide it. You are sweating. The wool itches. You are smuggling your own comfort. It was a tax on texture, a war between the heavy, scratchy past and the soft, printed future. But the most bizarre tax on materials was the brick and wallpaper combination we mentioned. But let's look at the glass tax specifically. In 1745, glass was taxed by weight. So, glassmakers stopped making clear, thin glass. They started making small, thick, heavy bottles. But window glass. They made it paper thin to save money. The sensory result is the distortion. You look out of a Georgian window. The world is wavy. The trees look like green flames. The people look like melted candles. Why? Because the glass is so thin and uneven, to save tax weight, that it warps the light. You are viewing the world through a fiscal lens. The tax code has literally distorted your vision of reality. And as you stand there, watching the shadow lengthen, drinking your illegal cat gin, holding your labelless medicine, wearing your crestless coat, and looking through your wavy glass, you realize the medieval world was a place where freedom was a subscription service, and the payments were due every day. But surely there is an end to it? Surely, death is the end. Wait, the stamp duty on pamphlets. If you write down your thoughts and try to sell them, you pay. The advertisement tax. If you put a notice in the paper saying lost dog, if you still had one, you paid a tax. It cost money to tell the world you'd lost something. The sensory reality is the silence of the walls. The posters disappear, the notices vanish. The vibrant, chaotic communication of the city is dampened by the stamp. You are living in a muted world, and as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the dust motes in your tax-darkened room, you realize that the ultimate goal of the medieval and early modern state was to turn every citizen into an accountant. You have to weigh your bread, you have to measure your wheel rims, you have to count your bricks, you have to track your days. You are not living. You're auditing your own existence. But there is one final absurdity waiting in the wings. A tax that makes no sense, serves no purpose, and infuriates everyone. The hat powder tax. No, not hair powder. Hat powder. Wait, that one might be a myth. But the glove tax was real. And the perfume tax. Let's end this section with the tribute of the eels revisited. Because sometimes the tax wasn't paid to the king, it was paid to the myth. In parts of Ireland and Scotland there were fairy dues, not a legal tax, but a cultural one. You left milk, you left bread, you left a portion of the harvest. If you didn't, the milk soured, the cow died, the baby cried. The sensory experience is the bowl of milk on the doorstep at twilight, the white liquid gleaming in the dusk. You are tired, you are hungry. That milk could have fed your child, but you give it to the fairies. Because in a world where the king takes your money, the Lord takes your labour, and the priest takes your soul, you can't afford to anger the little people too. It is the tax on the unknown. And as you close the door, shutting out the dark, you feel the weight of the invisible world pressing down on you, just as heavy as the visible one. But tomorrow you have to go to the court of pie powder, and you have dust on your feet. Dust on your feet. It sounds poetic, but in the court of pie powder it is a legal status. You are a transient, a merchant, a traveller, and because you move, you are suspect. The court is loud, smelling of livestock and stale beer, the judge shouting over the bleating of sheep. You are there because you allegedly sold a false measure of oats. The false measure. This wasn't just a mistake, it was a crime against the crown. The king's standard bushel was a physical object, often kept in the town hall. Yours had to match it, but wood warps. Wood shrinks in the dry heat and swells in the damp. Imagine the sensory frustration. You measured your oats honestly, but it rained last night. Your wooden measure swelled. Now it holds slightly less. The official pours the oats. Short, he declares. You're fined. You're put in the pillory. The pillory is the ultimate tax on dignity. You stand there locked in wood, your back aching, your face exposed to the jeers of the crowd. They throw mud. They throw rotten fruit, which ironically they bought at the market. The smell of the rotting vegetables, the sting of the mud, the sound of laughter. It is a sensory overload of shame, and all because of the humidity. But let's leave the market and go to the riverbank again, because there is a tax on something you cannot see, but you can definitely hear. The right of the swan. We mentioned the swan mark, but the ownership of swans extended to their cygnets, babies. If a pair of swans nested on your land, half the babies belong to the king, the other half belong to the owner of the swans. But how do you divide 5 cygnets? The king gets the odd one, the king's bird. The sensory reality is the marking day. The swan-uppers are back. They are catching the grey fluffy cygnets. The mother swan is hissing, beating her wings, a sound like a whip crack. The cygnets are peeping in distress. You watch as the king's men take the majority. You did nothing to raise them. The river fed them. The parents protected them. But the king claims the surplus of nature. It is a reminder that in the feudal world, abundance is a royal prerogative. But what about the things you built yourself? The hearth money returns, but with a vengeance. In Scotland, the reek silver. Reek means smoke. If your house had a fire, you paid. But the Scots, being resourceful, invented the central hearth. Instead of a chimney, which cost money, they built the fire in the middle of the floor. The smoke filled the room, curing the meat hanging from the rafters, keeping the bugs away and slowly blinding the inhabitants. The sensory experience of a black house is intense. You enter, you cannot see. Your eyes water immediately. The air is blue with peat smoke. It smells earthy, sweet, and suffocating. You have to crouch low to breathe. You're living inside a chimney to avoid paying for a chimney. It is a life shaped by the refusal to pay. But sometimes the refusal cost more than the tax. The salt smugglers. In France, the gabelle, salt tax, created a violent underground economy. Smugglers, men, women, even dogs, moved salt from low-tax regions to high-tax regions. They trained dogs to carry salt. They shaved the dogs, strapped bags of salt to their backs, covered them with false fur skins, and taught them to run silently at night. Imagine the salt dog, a creature of the night moving through the forest. It smells of fear and brine. If the gabelous, tax police, catch it, they kill it. If they catch the owner, they send him to the galleys. The galleys. This was the ultimate tax on the body. If you couldn't pay your fines, or if you were caught smuggling, you were sentenced to row the king's ships. The sensory horror of the galley is absolute. You're chained to a bench. You're rowing a massive oar, the drum beats. Boom, boom, you pull, your muscles scream. The man next to you is coughing blood. The smell of unwashed bodies, seawater, and fear is overwhelming. You are a human engine. You have been converted from a citizen into a propulsion system. It was the dark underbelly of the glorious naval victories. The ships were powered by the misery of the tax evader. But let's return to the land, to the best beast. We talked about the Heriot, death tax. But what if you didn't have a beast? What if you were so poor you only had a few tools? The mortuary took your coat. Imagine the funeral. Your father is dead. You have paid the priest. You have paid the grave digger. You have no cow. The bailiff looks around the empty hut. He sees your father's coat. It is old, patched, smelling of wood smoke and sweat. It is the only warm thing the family owns. That will do, he says. He takes the coat. You walk to the grave in your shirt sleeves shivering. The cold is a physical reminder of the tax. The wind bites at your skin. You are mourning not just a life, but the warmth that life provided. It was a tax that stripped you naked. But surely the king couldn't tax your very name. The poll tax tried. But what about your surname? In some regions, Jews were forced to buy surnames. If you paid a lot, you got a nice name. Goldberg, Gold Mountain. Rosenthal, Rose Valley. If you paid a little, you got a boring name. Klein, small. Gross, big. If you refused to pay, or if the official was cruel, you got a name that was an insult. Eselkopf, donkey head. Kanalgurk, canal smell. Imagine the sensory humiliation. You have to introduce yourself. Hello, I am Mr. Canal Smell, the official laughs. The name is written in the book. It is legal. Your children will be canal smells. Your grandchildren will be canal smells. It was a tax on identity, a branding that lasted for generations. But let's end this section with a tax that sounds almost magical, but was deeply practical. The light of the moon. No, they didn't tax the moon. But in London, before streetlights, You were required to hang a lantern outside your house on moonless nights. If you didn't, fined. But oil was expensive, candles were taxed, so householders would watch the almanac, if they could afford one, obsessively. Is the moon out tonight? I think so. Then blow out the lantern. The sensory reality is the flicker. You walk down a London street. One moment, there is a lantern. The next, a cloud covers the moon, and suddenly a dozen lanterns are lit by frantic homeowners terrified of the watch. The cloud passes. The lanterns are blown out. The city blinks on and off, driven by the fear of a fine. It creates a landscape of nervous illumination, and as you stand there, holding your unlit lantern, watching the clouds race across the moon, listening to the baying of the salt dog in the distance, smelling the smoke from the reek silver fire, you realize the medieval world was a place where you were constantly negotiating with the elements, the law, and your own survival, and the only thing that was truly free was the rain. Wait, we talked about the rain. The rainwater tax, so nothing was free, absolutely nothing, except perhaps your dreams. Unless you told them to a priest, then you might have to pay a penance. So you keep your dreams to yourself. You hoard them like gold coins in a buried pot, and you sleep. Because sleep is the only time the tax collector cannot find you, unless you snore. Unless you snore. And if you do, there is probably a noise ordinance waiting to fine you. But as the dawn breaks, bringing with it the grey, flat light of another taxable morning, you realize that the Lord's control extends beyond the solid earth and the flowing water. He controls the very chemistry of celebration. Let's talk about the banvin. This was a right exercise by French lords. It wasn't a tax on wine, it was a monopoly on time. When the grapes were harvested and the new wine was made, the Lord declared the banvin. For a period of 30 or 40 days, only the Lord was allowed to sell wine. Every tavern, every inn, every peasant with a surplus barrel had to wait. The sensory reality is the stale cup. You walk into the village tavern. You know that your neighbour, Jacques, has just pressed a beautiful vintage. It is fresh, fruity, light. You can smell the fermentation from his barn. But the tavern keeper cannot serve it. He has to serve the Lord's wine. And the Lord's wine is old. It is the dregs from last year. It is sour, turning to vinegar, cloudy with sediment, but you have to drink it, and you have to pay premium prices for it. The Lord is clearing out his cellar at your expense. He is forcing you to consume his bad inventory before you are allowed to taste your own good labour. It is a tax on palate, a state-mandated hangover. And speaking of wine, the banality of the press completes the unholy trinity of medieval monopolies, along with the oven and the mill. If you grew grapes, you couldn't crush them with your feet in a bucket. That was concealed production. You had to use the Lord's wine press. The sensory experience is the sticky floor. You carry your baskets of grapes up the hill. The juice is leaking, purple and sweet, staining your clothes, attracting wasps. The air is thick with the buzzing of insects and the heavy yeasty smell of must. You dump your grapes into the massive wooden press. The screw turns, creak, groan. The juice flows out, but the pressman takes his cut, and he takes the marc, the leftover skins and seeds. From the marc he makes piquette, a weak watery drink for the servants. He squeezes value out of the garbage. You walk home with your reduced juice, your sticky hands, and the knowledge that the Lord has profited from the very sunlight that ripened your fruit. But let's leave the vineyards of France and go to the bogs of Ireland and Scotland. The right of Turbury. This was the right to cut turf, peat, for fuel. In a land without trees, the ground itself burns. Peat is ancient, compressed vegetation. It sits in the bog, wet and heavy. But you couldn't just dig it. The bog belonged to the Lord. You had to pay for turbary rights. The sensory detail is the slian, the turf spade. You're standing in the bog. The ground wobbles under your feet. It smells of ancient preserved earth, a dark, rich, smoky scent. You slice the spade into the peat. It makes a sucking sound as you pull out a brick of wet black earth. Squelch. You stack the turf to dry. It shrinks, hardens. When you burn it, it produces a distinctive aromatic smoke, reek. But every brick you burn has a price. The Lord is taxing the geological history of the landscape. He's charging you for plants that died 10,000 years ago. And if you couldn't afford peat, you gathered wood. But remember the forest laws. You couldn't cut trees. So how did you get wood? The right of estovers, specifically hook and crook. This is where the phrase by hook or by crook comes from. The law allowed peasants to gather firewood from the Lord's forest, but only dead branches that they could reach with a shepherd's crook or cut with a reaper's hook. You were not allowed to use an axe. An axe was a weapon of deforestation. A hook was a tool of scavenging. The sensory reality is the reach. You're standing under a massive oak tree. You see a perfect dry branch. It is thick, substantial. It would burn all night, but it is just out of reach. You stretch, you jump, you hook your crook around it. You pull. The bark rains down into your eyes. The branch snaps. Or it doesn't. You spend hours fighting the trees for scraps. You're legally mandated to be a scavenger. The Lord owns the trunk. You own the twigs. It keeps you looking up, reaching for something you can barely touch. But the nobility didn't just monetize the land. They monetized human misery. Let's look at Bedlam, the Hospital of St. Mary of Bethlehem in London, an asylum for the mentally ill. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the governors of Bedlam realized they had a cash flow problem. But they also had an asset, the patients. So they opened the doors to the public. For a penny, later 2 pence, you could go in and watch the mad people. It became a tourist attraction. On holidays, families would go to Bedlam instead of the theatre. The sensory horror is absolute. You are a patient. You are confused, scared, perhaps hallucinating. You're chained to a wall in a damp cell. The air smells of unwashed straw and despair. And then the crowds arrive. Well-dressed ladies in silk, taxed. Men in wigs, unpowdered. They stare at you. They point. They laugh. They poke you with sticks to see if you will react. Look at that one, they say. How amusing. The hospital raised thousands of pounds this way. It was a tax on indignity, a revenue stream built on the spectacle of suffering. It turns the human soul into a zoo exhibit. But let's step back to the cold, hard economics of the street. The paving stone. We mentioned pavage, but in some cities, the law required every householder to pave the street in front of their own house to the middle of the road. If you didn't, fined. But stones were expensive, so people used whatever they had. Broken bricks, river rocks, bones. The sensory result is the hobble. You walk down a medieval street. The surface changes every 10 feet. Smooth stone here, jagged brick there, a mud puddle where a poor widow lives. You're constantly watching your feet, tripping, twisting your ankles. The street is a physical map of the wealth of the inhabitants. You can feel the income inequality through the soles of your boots, and if you tripped and fell, the surgeon's guild. You go to the barber surgeon. He sets your ankle. But the guild limits how many surgeons there are, to keep prices high. So you pay a fortune, and the surgeon pays a fee to the guild, and the guild pays a fee to the king for their charter. Your pain flows up the chain of command, turning into gold at every step. But surely there was one thing that was too abstract to tax: the news. We talked about the Stamp Act on newspapers, but let's look at the coffee house. In the 17th century, King Charles II tried to ban coffee houses. Why? Not because of the coffee, but because of the talk. Coffee houses were penny universities. For the price of a cup of coffee, a penny, you could sit all day, read the news, and argue politics. The king saw this as a sedition tax he wasn't collecting. He saw people sharing ideas for free. He issued a proclamation to suppress them, but the people revolted, quietly. They ignored him. The addiction to coffee and to complaining about the king was too strong. The king backed down, but he kept the tax on the coffee beans, tonnage and poundage high. The sensory experience of the coffee house is the buzz. The air is thick with smoke and the smell of roasting beans, a burnt, bitter, exciting smell. The noise is a constant hum of debate. The king is a fool! The tax is too high! It was the one place where the taxman couldn't silence the room, even if he made the drink expensive. And as you sit there, jittery from the caffeine, listening to the sedition, wearing your unstamped hat, you realize that the history of taxation is also the history of evasion. For every tax there is a loophole. For every wall, a tunnel. For every window tax, a brick. But the king has one final trick up his sleeve. A tax that you pay without even knowing it. The lottery. In 1566, Queen Elizabeth thus held the first national lottery. The prize, plate, tapestries and money. The ticket price, 10 shillings, a huge sum. But the odds? Terrible. It was called the tax on stupidity, or more charitably, the tax on hope. The sensory reality is the drawing. Crowds gather at the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral. A child is blindfolded to pick the winning tickets from a great urn. The silence of the crowd, the hope, the desperation, and then the disappointment. You walk away with nothing. The Queen keeps the profit. You have paid for a dream that lasted 5 minutes, and as the sun sets on the lottery and the losers go back to their dark houses to drink their watered-down ale, you see the genius of the system. They don't just take your money by force, they make you hand it over willingly, chasing a phantom fortune. But the night is closing in, and tomorrow the hearth money man is coming back. He thinks he missed a chimney. Better start bricking. The chimney has been bricked, the window blocked, and the dog. Well, let's not talk about the dog, but as you sit in the quiet of your darkened room, listening to the settling of the house timbers, you realize that the king's reach extends far beyond the walls of your home. It extends to the very boundaries of the city. Let's talk about the octroi. This was a tax found across Europe, particularly in France and Italy, but also in parts of the UK. It was a local tax levied on goods entering a town. It sounds simple enough, a customs duty. But the reality was a physical barrier to daily life. To enforce the octroi, cities built walls, not to keep enemies out, but to keep taxpayers in check. In Paris, just before the Revolution, they built the Wall of the Farmers General, a massive masonry barrier circling the city. The Parisians hated it. They had a rhyme. Le murmurant Paris rend Paris murmurant. The wall-walling Paris makes Paris murmuring grumbling. The sensory experience of the octroi is the search. You're a farmer driving a cart of hay into the city. It is dawn. The line at the barrier, the gate, is long. The horses are steaming in the cold air. The oxen are restless. The tax collector steps forward. He holds a long, sharp iron rod. He doesn't trust you. He thinks you're hiding a barrel of wine or a sack of salt in the middle of your hay. He thrusts the rod into the hay bales. Thwack! Crunch! He stabs your cart repeatedly. If he hits something hard, you're in trouble. If he hits your leg, you are in trouble. He climbs onto the cart. He opens your baskets. He smells your jars. He tastes your butter. You pay a tax on the hay. You pay a tax on the butter. You pay a tax on the wine you brought for your own lunch. It was a bottleneck of commerce, a daily ritual of suspicion and delay. The city gates weren't welcoming arms. They were hands digging into your pockets. But if the city gate was bad, the shoreline was worse. The royal fish. In England, since the reign of Edward II, all whales and sturgeons caught near the coast belonged to the crown. They were fishes royal. Imagine the sensory reality. You are a fisherman. You are poor. You live in a hut made of driftwood. One morning, you see a miracle. A massive sturgeon 6 feet long, an armoured dinosaur of a fish, caught in your nets. Or perhaps a whale has washed up on the beach, a mountain of meat and blubber. You think of the oil for your lamp. You think of the meat for your family. You think of the bone for tools. But you cannot touch it. The law says the king gets the head for the meat, and the queen gets the tail, supposedly for the whalebone for her corsets, though biologically the whalebone is in the head, which shows how little the lawmakers knew about anatomy. The carcass sits on the beach. It rots. The smell is horrendous. A sweet, cloying stench of decaying blubber that travels for miles on the sea breeze. The sheriff arrives to claim the king's portion. He takes the best cuts. He leaves the rest. But by the time he is done, the meat is spoiled. You watch the seagulls eat your fortune. It is a tax on the bounty of the sea, a reminder that even the monsters of the deep serve the monarch. But the king didn't just want the fish. He wanted the ground the fish swam over, the admiralty dues. If you found something floating in the sea, flotsam, floating wreckage, or jetsam thrown overboard, it belonged to the Lord High Admiral. You risked your life in a small boat, battling the waves to salvage a crate of spices or a barrel of brandy. You hauled it ashore, your hands raw from the wet ropes, your clothes soaked. And then the Admiralty Court took it. It turned the ocean into a restricted zone. But let's move inland, to the most hated, most divisive, most revolution-sparking tax in French history, the taille. This was a direct land tax on the French peasantry. But the crucial detail, the one that caused the pitchforks to come out, was the exemption. The nobility didn't pay it. The church didn't pay it. Only the poor paid it. Imagine the sensory injustice. You are a peasant. You are ploughing your field. You're wearing rags. You look up and see the chateau on the hill. It is vast, beautiful, with slate roofs and stone towers. The nobleman inside is wearing silk. He's eating roast swan. He pays 0 tax on his land. You, eating a turnip, pay everything. The collection method was arbitrary. The king decided how much a village owed in total. Then the village elders had to decide who paid what. It turned neighbour against neighbour. Jacques has a new cow, you whisper to the collector. Tax him more. Pierre bought a new plough, Jacques whispers back. Tax him. You hid your wealth. You wore your worst clothes to market. You let your roof leak. You didn't repair your fence. If you looked prosperous, the tile went up. The sensory reality is the performance of poverty. You're acting poor to survive. You keep your house dirty. You hide your coin pot in the manure pile because no collector wants to dig there. It was a system that punished improvement. It incentivized squalor. And on top of the tile there was the 20e, the 20th. This was an income tax of 5%, 1/30. In theory, it applied to everyone, even nobles. But the nobles had lawyers. They had influence. They negotiated abonnements, fixed payments that were far less than 5%. You paid the full 5%. The sensory detail is the ledger. You see the taxman's book. Your name is written in bold ink. The noble's name is written in pencil, with a line through it and a much smaller number written in the margin. It is the visual representation of inequality. But let's go back to something more personal. The king didn't just tax your land, he taxed your loyalty. The benevolence. This was a gift to the king, but it wasn't voluntary. King Edward III of England was a master of this. He would invite wealthy merchants to the palace. He would smile. He would pour them wine. He would ask about their families, and then he would ask for a benevolence. "You love your king, don't you?" he would ask, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Of course, your majesty." "Then show me." The sensory experience is the sweat. You're standing in the velvet-draped chamber. The air smells of lavender and power. The king is charming, handsome, terrifying. You are sweating in your wool doublet. You have to name a sum. If it is too low, you are a traitor. If it is too high, you are bankrupt. You hand over a bag of gold. The king calls it a gift. You know it is a robbery with a smile. It was emotional blackmail on a national scale. But the most cynical tax on loyalty was the Queen's gold, aurum reginae. For every 100 marks you paid to the king, in fines or for licenses, you owed an extra 10 marks to the Queen. It was a surcharge, a tip, the logic. The Queen needed money for her oils, hair products and girdles. Imagine the resentment. You've just paid a massive fine to the king because your bread was too light. You are broke. And then the clerk says, "And the Queen's share? You're paying for the Queen's moisturiser while your own children go barefoot." But let's end this section with a tax that sounds like a magic spell, the Frankelmoin. This was a tenure where the church held land for free, in exchange for prayers. Free alms. The church owned massive amounts of land. They paid no rent. They paid no military service. They just promised to pray for the king's soul. The sensory reality is the chant. You're working in the field next to the monastery. You're sweating, aching, paying the tithe, the poll tax. Over the wall you hear the monks singing, Gloria in excelsis Deo. It is a beautiful sound, harmonious, peaceful, but to your ears it sounds like the noise of tax evasion. They are paying their rent with breath, while you pay with blood. And as you stand there, watching the smoke rise from the untaxed monastery, smelling the whale rot on the beach, feeling the sharpness of the octroi rod, and counting the coins for the Queen's oil, you realize the medieval economy was built on a foundation of magical thinking. Prayers are currency, eels are rent, smoke is money, and you are the alchemist who has to turn the dirt into gold for everyone else. But the night is not over. There is still the saltpeter man lurking in your memory. And tomorrow the window peeper might come back to check if you unbricked that glass. Sleep well, if you can afford the bed. The window peeper is not coming back. He has moved on to the next parish, his ledger full of darkened rooms and blocked up light. The night outside is still. The wind has dropped, and the only sound is the settling of the timbers in your roof. But as you lie there, you realize that the most pervasive tax wasn't on your house, your food, or your body. It was on your belief. Let's talk about simony, buying your way into heaven, or at least into a job that controlled the way to heaven. In the medieval church, everything was for sale. If you wanted to be a bishop, you paid the king. If you wanted to be a priest, you paid the bishop. The golden mitre. The sensory reality of simony is the weight of the vestments. The bishop wears robes of gold thread, heavy with pearls and rubies. He holds a crosier of silver. He smells of expensive incense, frankincense from the east. You look at him. You know he bought his office. He isn't holy. He is wealthy. You listen to his sermon. He tells you to be humble. He tells you to be poor. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. You look at his rings. You look at your own rough hands. It is a tax on faith, a spiritual cognitive dissonance. But if the bishop bought his job, the pardoner sold salvation retail. We mentioned him before. But let's look at his box. He carries a wooden box bound in iron. It is full of indulgences, but it is also full of fake relics. The veil of the Virgin, a piece of old silk. The sail of St. Peter's boat, a piece of canvas. The sensory detail is the kiss. He holds out the relic. Kiss it for a penny, he says. You lean forward. You kiss the dirty, dusty piece of cloth. You smell the sweat of 1,000 other peasants who kissed it before you. You pay the penny. You hope it works. You're buying a placebo for your soul. But let's move from the church to the court again, to the ultimate legal fiction. The benefit of clergy. We talked about the neck verse, but the loophole. If you could read, you were clergy. You couldn't be hanged. But what if you couldn't read? You could memorize the verse, the sensory reality of the mock trial. You are a thief. You are illiterate. But your friends taught you the Latin words, miserere mei, Deus. You stand in the dock. You recite the words. You pretend to look at the book. The judge knows you can't read. The bishop knows you can't read. But you said the magic words. The book saves him, they say. They brand your thumb. They let you go. It was a legal ritual that valued the performance of literacy over justice. But what if you were a woman? Women couldn't be priests, so they couldn't claim benefit of clergy. If a woman stole, she hanged. If a man stole, he read a verse and walked away. It was a tax on gender. But let's end this section with a tax that targeted the very soil of the grave one last time. The mortmain again. But the evasion. The rich wanted to give land to the church to save their souls, but the king wanted the tax, so they invented the use. They gave the land to a friend, to the use of the monastery. The friend held the title. The monastery got the profit. The king got nothing. The sensory reality is the secret deed. A lawyer sits in a candlelit room. He writes a document that is so complicated, so twisted with legal jargon, that even the king's sheriff can't untangle it. He's building a maze of words to hide the land. The lawyer smiles. He has beaten the system, for a fee. And as you stand there, thinking about the lawyer's maze, the pardoner's box, the bishop's ring, and the thief's thumb, you realize the medieval world was a game. The rules were rigged. The house always won. But if you were clever, if you knew the verse, if you knew the loophole, you could survive. But the night is almost over. The curfew bell has stopped ringing. The watch has gone home. You head home. You pass the pillory. Empty. You pass the stocks. Empty. You enter your house. You bar the door. You are safe. Until tomorrow, when the doomsday book is opened and the final audit begins. Sleep well. The fire in the hearth has finally burned down to a soft white ash. The glow is gone. The heat is fading, leaving behind a cool, still silence in the room. The shadows that danced on the walls have settled into the corners, heavy and motionless. You're no longer the peasant standing in the mud. You're no longer the merchant hiding his silver, or the widow riding the ram, or the baker sweating over the king's herring pies. The long, exhausting day of the Middle Ages is over. The tax collector has put away his ledger. His ink has dried. His quill is laid to rest. He too is asleep, dreaming perhaps of a world where he can tax the clouds. The king has taken off his crown. The weight of it, the gold, the jewels, the responsibility, the greed, is sitting on a velvet cushion in a tower you will never visit. He's just a man in a nightshirt snoring in a draughty castle that he paid for with your ward penny. The eels are sleeping in the mud of the river, safe from the steward's basket. The bees are huddled together in the hive, their wings still, their honey safe for the night. The smoke has drifted away into the sky, joining the air where no law can reach it. You can let go of the anxiety now. The window tax cannot see you in the dark. The beard tax cannot touch you under the blanket. The silence of the night is not a taxable commodity. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your modern duvet, softer than wool, lighter than straw, cleaner than the rags of the fuller, you can appreciate the profound luxury of simply existing without a fee. The history we've walked through tonight was a history of struggle. It was a history of absurdity. It was a testament to the incredible creativity of the powerful when it comes to taking from the powerless. But it was also a history of survival. Despite the poll tax, the people lived. Despite the salt tax, they ate. Despite the window tax, they found light. Humanity is stubborn. We build loopholes, we hide pennies, we paint fake windows, we endure. And now your endurance is rewarded with rest. The ledger is closed. The tally sticks are burned. The debt is forgiven for the night. Take a deep breath. Inhale the air that belongs to no one. Feel your chest rise and fall. That rhythm is yours. It is the one thing the state could never quite figure out how to meter. Let your shoulders drop. The yoke of the oxen is gone. The weight of the harvest is gone. The world outside is still complicated. The modern taxman is still waiting. The bureaucracy is still humming in the background, a machine of paper and digital codes. But in this room, in this moment, there is only quiet. There is no toll bridge between you and sleep. There is no gatekeeper demanding a fee for your dreams. You are free to drift, to float away from the hard earth, away from the mud and the stone, into the soft, untaxed darkness. The village is sleeping, the castle is sleeping, the history books are closed. You have survived the system. Now rest. Good night.